Sorry for the slight delay. Was having some issues with V-Bridger getting finally set up. Welcome, welcome everybody. Hope you all are having a wonderful, wonderful day. Tenwin, Lord Brember, good to see you both. And no, you're both going to be disappointed because I didn't do that. And even if I wanted to, I didn't have the fucking time for it. Let's get right back in. We've got a companion quest, 2 companion quests technically that we're working on. Harems, and then we need to be back to the capital in time to do Jubilost's quest. Okay, so where's the mouse? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, we know they're in here.
The end draws near.
You'd be so kind as to just give everybody a tight top off. Thank you. It'd be a natural 20 from grinding in the... I said in 12 hours. Well, in 4 hours I have to go do work, so it's definitely not happening then. All right, let's get to the actual conversation in here that we did not have time to do last time. Not going to do that. Yep. All right, how's our dwarven friend doing? And right, 1, 2, 3, probably a 4th one over on the other side. It wouldn't surprise me. All right, let's find out what's actually happening. Beyond the open gate, you find a strange room that looks more like a workshop than the entrance to a fortress. Across the room by the far wall, there is a metal throne. In front of it is Yarmud Skeji, who you know well. In one hand, he holds a steel scepter. In the other, a sacred symbol of Torag inset with 2 shimmering jewels, which you recognize as the hearts of the anvil and the adamantine golem. The paladin's face is twisted by a grimace of pain and strain. Your heir! Please, help me overcome these golems. I took the scepter from the empty throne, but it seems my command over the golems is lacking. If I lose control over the golems, we'll all die. Ekun reaches for his weapon. Well, then we have to help. I told you it would end like this, but you were dying for a legacy. And what is that legacy worth, An army of golems? Was it worth it to come all this way just to meet your death? Would it not have been easier to choke to death in your mountains at home? Throat's still a little dry. One of the golems turns its metal face to you, and they begin to speak in harmony. You all deserve to die. Thieves and imposters, by what right do you come to this fortress? This man is a representative of the Skeji clan, rightful heirs to the builders of this forest. They are not Skeji. They are nameless cowards. Only I, Ofeld Skej, am worthy of bearing the clan's name. Ofeld Skej? But you're my great-great-uncle. When the clan left this fortress, you and your golems stayed to protect it. Please come to your senses, Ghost. We are your descendants. You are no one. The real Skeji would never abandon their creation. Those who left forever lost the right to bear this name. You had the nerve to come here, to this fortress built from the blood and sweat of your grandparents, abandoned by unworthy fathers. You will die here with all your henchmen. Golems, attack! Grinding his teeth, Jarmun lifts the steel scepter above his head. I'm doing everything I can, but his will is too strong. Destroy the golems. Harem, you must unmake the throne. I owe you nothing. Neither you nor Torag. Oh yes, this is the perfect time to argue about theology. The gate behind you slams shut with a clanging sound. You will all die. You will die. You will die. Exterminate. Exterminate. Sorry.
The hard way.
Yep, there is a 4th one. I knew it. We should have this handled. Jubilost, if you could try to knock one of them over, that would be great. Ow! Okay, they're hitting me really consistently, which is unfortunate. Fort Valerie, go intercept him. Alright, he's focused on the dog. There we go. Okay. Oh, and there's the ghost. The last of the battle golems finally falls to your feet, and a ghost stands to the side, shaking its fist at you. Vandals. Have you any idea how much time I spent creating them? Grinding his teeth, the paladin stands up once more. The magic jewels in the sacred symbol glow like red and blue flames. Be silent, ghost. In the name of Torag, I forbid you from harming the living. Now be gone. That is it. Thank you, my friends. I could not have done this without you. Harim, please. Unmake the throne so that the ghost has nowhere to return. What am I to you? An errand boy? Go there. Unmake this. Who are you to order me around? Perhaps you expect me to drop to my knees before Torag once more. Oh, do not argue. Do it, or the battle is pointless. Harim, I have no intention of giving you orders. Forgive me for expressing myself poorly. I ask you to help me as a friend, an ally, a fellow dwarf. Some friend. Harim mumbles angrily, but then looks at you with a question on his face. Would I help him? Smacks him on top of the head. Hush, stop being such a baby. You decided to help him finish what you started. Destroy the throne and perhaps the Sketchy clan will leave forever. Fine. This is the last time I'm helping you, understood? Harim approaches the throne with the skeleton and strikes it with his fist. One blow, two, then a third, and the throne crumbles into pieces with a clanging sound, revealing a third jewel, shimmering purple. Thank you. The paladin looked like he was about to begin a speech, but Harim interrupts him. You are welcome. You are welcome. Now go back where you came from. I hope you tried to make something useful from the pieces. Jarman lowers his head. As you say. Your Highness, the Sketchy clan thanks you. We are in your debt. I'm afraid we'll have to forget the treasures of our ancestors and return home in disgrace. Farewell. So much effort, so much suffering for what? They built themselves a crypt and nearly buried themselves in it. Torag. Oh, Torag, you inspire your children to build such things, and then they don't know how to get rid of them. Fools. Alright, let's go. There's no point in standing here. Oh, well. So the tiny bit of extra EXP that we got earlier was enough to get me a level up this time around. Ah! Destruction of major artifacts are narratively one of the catalysts for the creation of mythic heroes. I don't think we want Harim to be a mythic hero. That sounds like a bad idea. Alright, we're finally back to taking sorcerer levels. We're going to go ahead and grab bonus sorcerer spell. Got our usual 3 points. There we go. Come on. There we go. And what do we want for our feet? Is there anything else we could use for... Let's see. No, we don't need improvement. We do not need that. Meta magic is nice, but we could always just use meta magic rods, which are just way more convenient 99% of the time. Could grab persuasive. That would get us an instant +4 to our persuasion. There we go. Any shaken, frightened, or panicked opponent hit by your attack. So, hold on. We have 3 feats left in the game that we're getting. We definitely want shatter defenses. What do I feel like I'm missing? It's a dreadful carnage, isn't it? But we need a base attack bonus of 11 in order to qualify for that, don't we? Yeah. So that's, that might be something we get at the very end of the game. Fun little antidote. My DM for Hell's Rebels, same one for Curse of the Crimson Throne, gave me a little one-off session where I found an artifact that served as a catalyst for us to gain a mythic tier. Good way to handle it. Is flat-footed your attacks until the end of the next round. This includes any additional attacks you make this round, so yes. Bloodline feat selection. None of this really helps us at all. You know what? I'm just going to take Greater Fortitude because more saves is always a good idea. All right, and then we get some additional spells. Level 4. Anything that can help us with our melee combatancy. We already have Acid Pit, Greater Invisibility, Stone Skin, and Fear. Animate Dead, Arcane Eye. Invisible magical sensor that sends you visual information. You can create the Arcane Eye at any point you can see, but it then travels outside your line of sight without hindrance. An Arcane Eye travels at 30 feet per round, 300 feet per minute if viewing an area ahead as a human would. Yeah. Target's Bone Splitter, dealing 1d8 points of damage per caster level. Oh, no. We mainly want buffs. Most of which of these does not appear. Oh, 1 hour per level. That's not a bad idea. Causes damage to each creature that attacks you melee. The flames also protect you. 1d8 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level, which I think would be maxed out here. So it'd be 1d8 plus 15. So just plan on 16 damage because that's the bare minimum. If the attacker has spell resistance, it applies this effect. Oh, that's annoying. Never mind. That might not be very good at all then. Protection from energy communal. Remove curse, rigor mortis, wind, shout, solid fog, touch of slime. No, I think we'll grab false life greater. All right, level 5. We have acidic spray. We already have multiple ways of firing off acid in a line. There is no point in that. Angelic Aspect, gaining resistance to acid and cold, 10, DR5 evil, +2 deflection bonus to AC, +2 resistance on saves, which we already have better stuff of that, so that really doesn't help. Cloud Kill, no, not Cloud Kill. Hold Monster and Icy Prison are both decent. Overland Flight. That's 1 hour per level. Stone Skin Communal, Undead Anatomy, Vampiric Shadow Shield. That only lasts 1 round per level, though. Yeah, because, oh, it heals you. Yeah, 25% of the damage dealt, which it means at most it's going to be like 4. Whoop-de-doo. Suffocation, Shadowification, Polymorph, no. Plant Shape, no. Phantasmal Web, no. We're going to go with Icy Prison simply because it's a very rare save or die spell that targets reflex save, and you do not get many of those at all. All right, let's see what we've got here. Stone to Flesh would have been useful earlier, but yeah. All right, but level 6 spells. Undeath to Death, Undead Anatomy. No. We already have True Seeing and Dragonkind. What else we got? Summon Huge Elemental, Shirako, Serenity, Greater Heroism. Bad choice. Hellfire Ray, Globe of Invulnerability, Freezing Sphere, Fluid Form, Eye Bite. Emblem of Greed? What does that do? You summon a Burning Glaive, similar to the ones wielded by the Rune Lords of old. It has a +1 enhancement bonus and a Flaming Weapon special ability. While wielding the glaive, you are considered proficient with it. Use your caster level as your base attack bonus. When you reach caster level 14, the glaive gains the spell storing weapon special ability. When you reach level 17, it loses the Flaming Weapon special ability, gains the Flaming Burst special ability. The glaive's enhancement bonus increases to +2 at caster level 15 and +3 at caster level 19. That is horrible. Why would you want a +3? Why would you spend a 6th level spell slot to get a +3 weapon at level 19? That is absolutely garbage. Disintegrate might be useful. Emblem of Greed is a Thessalonian special spell. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why I'm not quite getting it. It has 3 effects. If you take a melee target against the same creature against which your ally attempted a melee attack this turn, you receive a +2 bonus on the attack roll. See, this does not seem... I mean, it's an interesting spell, but a +2 bonus on initiative rolls and a +2 bonus on attack rolls, because that's going to be the most likely, or a -2 penalty on the enemy's saving throws if you link with another spellcaster, is not worth a level 6 fucking slot. Neither is this, though. Like, almost none of this is. Circle of Death. The spell slays 1d4 hit dice worth of living creatures per caster level. Who are closest to the burst point of origin are affected first. All creatures with 9 or less hit dice are slain outright, while creatures with more than 9 hit dice take 100 damage instead. HD that are not sufficient to affect the creature are wasted. So that means I'm currently at, what, 15d4? It is a level 6 spell, which means we could get our hands on a maximized metamagic rod, which would allow us to instantly kill anything of 60 hit dice or less, which, you know, that would work. Not so bad for a spell for a wizard who can choose to not prep it. Fair enough, fair enough. Not so much for a sorcerer. Okay, so Circle of Death might be the choice. It's either that or Disintegrate. Any creature reduces 0 for your hit points with the spells utterly disintegrated, leaving only behind trace dust. Yep. Creature object that makes a successful saving throw is only partially affected, taking only 5d8 points of damage. At this point, reduces the creature to 0 hit points. They are still disintegrated. Disintegrate? Yeah, I am leaning towards that. We do want it. And there we go. We now have permanent wings. I knew we weren't going to need to grab a feat for that.
I know what to do.
I now have dragon wings. I now have dragon wings. Which also gives me, it's essentially going to count as an additional +3, I believe, on my AC against anything that doesn't fly. Very nice.
Oh, sorry.
Reem, could you come back over here and heal me, please? Thank you.
No mistakes.
You require my assistance?
I should have thrown some mirror images or something on because, wow, those golems hit like tanks.
All according to plan.
Some random junk. A flaming burst adamantine +3 ergot. Okay. Doesn't look like there's much else in here, though. Nope. I think this is the end of Harim's quest. I don't think he has anything else after this. Or, again, we are in the portion of the game that I just do not remember. I don't remember the stuff leading into the end game, and I didn't ever play the end game at all. Harim exits the dungeon without looking back. His face bears a strange expression, a pensive half smile. You know, Terendo, I think I just realized something. Something very, very important. I need to ponder it. We can talk about this later, when we return to the crap.
That is not.
I still want to get up here. We keep failing the mobility. I'm pretty sure it's a mobility check. Yeah. Could someone succeed at this, please? Nope. We're just gonna keep taking damage.
As
Okay.
it should be.
It's not even showing me what we're failing by. It just says we just keep failing. All right. Well, let's go home then. Okay.
Rotus awaits us.
At least Harim can heal pretty decently. That is the end of Harim's quest? Yeah, I figured. And I'm pretty sure we're on the end of Jubilos's quest as well, we're working towards. I know Amiri still has the event to get her sword unbroken. Pretty sure Valerie's is also done. So is Ekun's. Octavia and Ragongar still have not given me an update. Theirs takes a while, if I recall. Lindsay's technically doesn't finish until the end of the game. I do know that much. Yep, I have permanent wings now. I have permanent wings now. Dragon wings. I do like that they actually remembered to actually put in a texture for dragon wings for the dragon, for the draconic sorcerer, because otherwise it would look really out of place to just have generic angel wings on the back of my character. All right. Anything else we can do there? So we are waiting for the 24th, correct? Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, I already did that. I already did that. He said we have to wait for the 24th, right? Yeah, I already did. Oh god, game, please don't break the quest. Also, Harim, where are you? Hey. It is over. I thought I was free of my past burdens when I accepted Grotus's truths into my heart. But it is only now that I actually feel free. You know, Terendil, I used to hate them. I hated them so much. The dwarves who ousted me, the god who rejected me. Now I look upon all this and I barely remember the hatred. How pathetic they are. Their constant pride, their stubbornness, building their toys only to die alongside them, powerless to unmake the things they made. I'd laugh. But in truth, it makes me want to cry. On the other hand, I thought, oh, how should I put it? He wraps his beard around his fist. My gift, or whatever it came from, Torag or Grotus, this gift to destroy, to lay waste to something, to help others create. Perhaps my god does something similar. Everything that has a beginning has an end as well, does it not? One day, Grotus will be free, and he will destroy this world. But what will happen after that? Perhaps Grotus does what he does to prepare for a new beginning, a new creation, a new world. Who knows? Who knows? I wanted to thank you, Terendil. Without you, I would have kept going in circles while resentment and hatred gnawed at me from the inside. You have helped me find peace, and I swear by Grotus, I shall not leave your side until it is our turn to crumble to dust. Forgive me for letting those sketchy drag you into their squabbles. I should have sent them away at once. I don't care about the sketchy and their arguments, but I'm glad you got something out of this. We might have made a mistake. It's a pity we didn't have time to find out who. According to Dwarven laws, the better claim the fortress, the living or the dead. I think in the end it was good that we helped them. I think that act of kindness must have helped you, Harim. Oh, good, bad. They were driven by greed and pride. And truth be told, those two don't really differ that much. Both true children of Skej, true followers of Torag. There is nothing to be proud of here. I care not who won the fortress. What draws my minds are thoughts of my place in this world, the true meaning of serving Grotus, destroying, creating something new from the pieces, and destroying it again. In a way, isn't that what you've been doing here in the Stolen Lands? We know that you've built your kingdom upon the ashes of countless predecessors. I would ask that you ponder that when you have the time. See, surprisingly, I actually do like Harim. Harim is a really good way to do a deconstruction of dwarves. And it's something you don't see very often because most people don't even bother deconstructing dwarves because we think of dwarves so stereotypically. But I actually really like it. I also do like that his quest is, depending on how you choose, he goes down two paths. Either, it's funny, he's still a nihilist is what I like. He doesn't change being a nihilist and being a follower of Grotus. But what's different is that if you go down his other path, it's nothing matters and it's edgy and, you know, bad and horrible. But if you go down this path, it's nothing matters. And that's okay. And I'm going to decide what I want to matter because in the end, I'm the only one that really cares about it. Still second to Durance in terms of cleric companion. Come on, Lord Brown Bear. That goes without saying. That goes without saying. Durance is on a whole other level from pretty much every companion in most CRPGs across the board. Like, come on. I'm not trying to say that he's that way. I'm just glad that it's like, you have this primal aspect to his character, this central aspect to his character, which is his nihilism. I like the fact that you can basically, again, I've seen memes about nihilism where it's like the two types of nihilism. It's like nothing ever matters and it's all dark and depressing. And then the other one is just a guy looking out on the world and going, yeah, nothing ever matters or nothing matters. Whoop-de-doo. I'm just going to go live my life how I want. All right, let's drop off some of this shit. Robe of the True Masters, we'll drop that off. Braces plus 5. Think anybody needs anything else. Do we have, hold on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. We're missing 2. Good Lord. Still surprised that we can't find a way to get rid of that stuff. All right. Well, we still made 12,000 gold off of
In
it.
due time.
Let's go rest. No, wait. Can I just... Oh, I can just click the butt. I'm an idiot. Something I realized about Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader... Sorry, hold on. In terms of companions is that most human companions aren't even going to think to challenge you like a companion like Durance would. In Rogue Trader, it's at least somewhat justifiable. You are the Rogue Trader.
Far.
No one really... The closest thing you get is Hendrix trying to remind you that, like, you need to follow the precepts of the Imperium and don't try to stray too far. But unless you go heretic, he's not gonna, like, challenge you. Ones like Irlet and Marzai do so in their snobbish Eldar way that makes it easy to miss. Irlet's a little bit better, but Marzai, I mean, Marzai's a Drukhari, so, like, that's not even surprising, Lord Brownbear. To be fair, let's be very honest, Lord Brownbear. I'm hoping that there's going to be more of it in Dark Heresy because you're going to be playing an Inquisitorial Acolyte becoming a full Inquisitor. Because there's so much more room for, like, how much of a Puritan are you? How much of a radical are you? How far are you willing to go to save the people of the Imperium? There's a lot more room for that, whereas the Rogue Trader was, let's be honest, the Rogue Trader was power fantasy 40k. Like... let's be very honest. Alcat got done with Wrath of the Righteous, and they're like, wow, we really want our players to feel powerful. What should we do for our 40k game? Let's do Rogue Trader. Why? Because even in the tabletop, the Rogue Trader game is basically power scaled to shit. The only characters that start off combat-wise as effective as Rogue Trader characters do are the frickin' Deathwatch, is the Deathwatch game. Like, playing Rogue Traders is playing power fantasy 40k. Not saying there's anything wrong with that because 40k power fantasies are intrinsic to 40k regardless. But still, yeah, you're not going to get like deep philosophical quandaries in regards to that. I think, honestly, the closest companion you kind of get with that, especially if you're a big 40k buff, is Pascal, actually. And that's mainly because the Mechanicus is such an interesting faction. And the way Pascal is with his companion quest. Maybe a Watercast Tau companion could challenge and debate Imperial dogma for their moral and practical failings, and the Rogue Trader can decide how they talk back to them based on the experience they go through. That'd be interesting. The problem is that they did specifically choose a section of space that is quite literally on the opposite side of the galaxy from where there are Tau. And yes, I'm aware that the neighboring sector where the actual Dark Heresy setting is does have Tau because of a wormhole. But you get my point, is that, in general, the Tau are nowhere near where the Von Valencians are right now. All right. So yes, we're waiting for the 24th to go deal with the quest with Jubilost. Nothing there. Oh, wow. She made us 153 BP. Good God, Lindsay. Thank you. Renowned Arcanist is offering magic ciphers. Octavia, go handle that. Oh, People's Defenders. The Steel Falcons, endurance seekers of justice and patrons of the people, have proclaimed that the peasants of the kingdom are oppressed. Pretending justification, they have begun invading the stolen lands and luring common people to Andoran, urging them to throw off the chains of oppression and resist the legitimate enforcement of the law. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Amiri, kick them the fuck out. High Priest Slavic Gifts have placated the wrathful deity. Good. The Law of the Pipe. You guys keep showing up. Tristan, go drown them in legal complaints. All right, it is the 24th, which means we need to go to the tavern. I keep forgetting how small the tower are as a faction. Yeah. Yeah, the Fantasy Flight games had to basically do an ass pull in order to justify the Kroot and the Tau being involved in the sector they made for Dark Heresy, because it's on the other side of the galaxy from where the Tau are. In all practical reasons, there should be the Tau shouldn't be anywhere near it. But they made wormhole warp travel bullshit shenanigans so that there can be Kroot mercenaries and Tau diplomats wandering around the Calixis subsector. Bailica. Wait, what? Oh, right. That's the general. I forgot. That's yeah. I wonder if any of our centaur allies survive. If I recall correctly, all the centaurs die. Well, looks like that's our moon. I'd like to know what leaving her path means to her, and more importantly, how all this is related to the story of the gnomes. God's sake. I hope we're about to find out. Jubilos clears his throat as if to attract her attention. A girl with unusual silver-gray hair is looking gloomily over a mug of ale. As she notices Jubilost and clears her throat, she raises her face and brightens. Ah, They told me that the King of Dracaria walks the streets and feasts with people in the taverns, but I didn't believe it. Forgive me, Your Highness. I'm Luna Katari. An unusual name. Well, I was born with bright silver hair, and the midwives never saw an Asima before. They were frightened, but my mother, not a bit. She said her daughter's hair was silver like the moon, which meant I was blessed by Desna. Hence the name. Anyways, I've actually been drawn to faraway countries like anyone touched by the moon goddess, but I've never been beyond the river kingdoms. Tell us about yourself. Well, I'm a messenger. I deliver correspondences from Brevoy to Mivon and back. Usually report about a rich merchant's underlings and his orders for them. My parents live in Brevoy, and the girl I love is in Mivon. I'd always dreamed of being a traveler, but it's not easy for the daughter of a weaver and a washerwoman. I was just glad to find the messenger job, though. I thought that was pretty lucky. Now I'm traveling the road over and over every month. I even sit right here in your tavern on the 24th of every month, right on schedule. The monotony is driving me to tears, but what can I do? Can't be everywhere at once, and I just can't stand the thought of settling down. Jubilost, who was listening surprisingly carefully, leans over to you and says quietly, You see it now? When the moon leaves her path, it's another part of the riddle. It looks like we need to somehow convince our new friend to quit her well-trodden path and set off somewhere new. Plus, it would be good for her. The same road each month. Gods, if I were her, I'd have drowned myself a long time ago if I didn't bleach sooner. I have to say, I can't imagine gnomes like that kind of stuff. I've seen and read some interesting stories regarding how Watercast Tau conduct themselves when interacting with factions. A Watercast Tau in Kamara, who a Drakari takes interest in, near the end, the Drakari realizes she's the Tau, leading her by the nose and squeezing out the confession from the Tau that she thought the Drakari would be easy to manipulate from the beginning. Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, there's that, Lord Brownbear. On the other hand, there's the first contact between the Tau and the Drakari, where the Watercast decided to give the Drakari, I believe it was 80 representatives from each cast, including one ethereal, for a cultural exchange. They turned them into grotesques. Offer 3,000 gold coins. This is a chaotic good. Take it. You can spend it on traveling and see the world together with your love, if she agrees. If this troubles you, perhaps you... hold on. If life troubles you, something should be changed. Your family and friends want you happy, not exhausted and hating your existence. Oh, you speak with such confidence, Your Grace. Is it true you came to the Stolen Lands as a no-one and made yourself king by your own persistence and skill? I mean, I'd heard the stories, Your Highness. I wouldn't have taken this advice from anyone, but you, I guess I'm gonna go travel. I hope I'm not alone. We'll surely be able to earn a piece of bread together. Here, take this. It's a relic my family received from a long-distant elven ancestor. According to the family legend, the one who deciphers the map will find 3 things: an incredibly sad secret, a true treasure, and a door to another world that will never open again. The entrance to a certain dungeon's marked there, but there's nothing to say where to go looking. You're the king with the best scientists and travelers serving you. Maybe you'll be able to read the map. Thank you. Sadly, that story is believable. I'm pretty sure that story is canon, Lord Brownbear. It was in one of the older either Tau or Drakari codexes. Like, it's straight up. They asked for a cultural exchange. They got the representatives, and then the homunculi went to fucking town on them. And then the Drakari used them as shock troops to fight alongside the Tau against I think it was an orc invasion. And then the Tau realized what had happened, tried to go fight the Drakari left, and then when the Tau went back to the city they were defending, the rest of the Drakari had swiped up everybody inside of the city and taken them all away. I mean, like, in regards to real life. Oh, you meant the lady in the story. I thought we were still talking about 40k. Ha! The moon has left her path. But now, who can explain to me what the host didn't simply tell us? Go to the dungeon located here? Why make us run in circles? Fine. Let me see the map. What do we have here? Okay, this is the area around Candlemere. Easy to know. There are ancient ruins in the area. The dungeon must contain the traces of the very first gnomes to visit Galarian. Well, our goal is clear then. You'd only achieve it.
That is not far.
Alright, time to head out then. Yep, explore the mysterious cave. We'll take our oh, wait, nope, that's Harim. We need to drop him for Tristan. No, I am. Wait, what? I'm confused, Lord Brownbear. Go ahead and grab Tristan. Actually, hold on. Actually, give me Lady Daedalus for a second. We need to get her leveled up real fast. Wizard. Level 15. Bonus skill rank. Boop, 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 boop. Come on. And I don't think there's any... Again, I don't think there's anything we can do to boost her skills any, unfortunately. Meta magics, multi-attack, outflank, persuasive, preferred spell? No. Prestigious spellcaster doesn't matter. Shieldcaster, signature skill. That is only for heal. Wish there was something else. Help. Let me see here. He has all the crafting skills. There's nothing else you can do here. Vital strike, toughness, throw anything, swarm scatter, steadfast personality, spell penetration, skill focus. He already has knowledge, arcana. I guess we could grab knowledge world because that does help with crafting other items. Arcane discovery, combat casting, elemental focus, mage tattoo. Arcane discovery. You know what? Just to fit the theme. We're just gonna give her more arcane discoveries. 8th level spells. I guess it doesn't really matter. Again, we're never taking her anywhere anyways, so Dragonkind 3, Angelic Aspect Greater. There we go. And then drop her, grab me Tristan again, and let's get everybody else leveled up real fast too. The idea that a group of diplomats would ignore the sheer terror and creep vibes of a faction of aliens who feed off torture in favor of peace is 100% believable. Ah, okay. To be fair, this was like one of the very first encounters between the two. So from the Tao's perspective, it's just like, well, we don't know that they're evil. They just look like that. I also, if I recall correctly, the only ethereal on hand was the one that was willing to go with the Drukhari, so it's not like they had the best ethereal either. Okay, what else can we add for you? Disarm, Eldritch Heritage, Elemental, Furious Focus, Hurtful, Improve Feint? You can feint as a move action. Ugh, no. Improved Iron Will, improved Intimidating Prowess. Honestly, I would really appreciate something that could up her accuracy a little bit. When they attack from a ranged weapon, you may deflect it, as it had the deflect arrows feat. When you're fighting defensively or using a total defense action, add your charisma bonus to your AC as a dodge bonus against your opponent's melee attack until your next turn. Oh, that's amazing. Yes, let's do that. Broken Wing Gambit. Whenever you make a melee attack and hit your opponent, you use a free action to grant that opponent a +2 attack bonus and damage bonus against you until the end of next turn, or until your opponent attacks you. If that opponent attacks you with this bonus, it provokes attack opportunity from your ally who have this feat. Doesn't really help. Yeah, none of these help. We'll grab Tandem Trip because Trip is basically the most common combat maneuver that we use. Just send some of your people with us and wait, you agree just like that? I don't have to torture you? Not that we would torture you. All right, onto the ship this way. No weapons. Yep. Actually, if I recall, the Firecast were allowed to keep their weapons. It didn't help. Because to be fair, they were just regular rank and file Firecast, so the most they would have had would have been like the Pulse Rifle. Which, the Pulse Rifle's good and all, but in the close confines of a Drukhari ship, I imagine it was not exactly the most capable of weapons. Miri, let's go ahead and get your athletics and Lord Nature up. What else do I want from you? You can take a -5 penalty on all melee attack rolls and combat maneuver checks to daze opponents you hit with a melee attack for 1 round. No. Die Hard, no. Die Hard is more likely to get you killed because of the way this game works. I just grab another Rage Power. I don't really see the, like, I don't think she has much in the way of anything else that she really wants. Shake It Off, Signature Skill, Steadfast Personality. No. Improved Critical. Improved Critical's not the worst. Because I'm really not seeing anything else that that would be really good for her. The only other thing would be extra Rage Power. And even then, I think we're pretty much almost capped out on what's actually useful here. Barbarian is immune to paralysis. +10 to their speed. From my understanding, Tower intelligent and capable. Tower Riding's kind of strange, both capable and not capable at the same time. you have to remember, first of all, Tenwin, this was literally written as a first contact scenario. And the Tau have a bad habit of really wanting first contact scenarios to work. They tried to engage in diplomacy with the orcs the first time around. From my understanding, Tau are intelligent, capable of the knowledge of the wider 40k universe, and something like head first into shit that Imperial Dogma and Eldar knowledge avoid easily. Yes, that's the best way to put it. When people say that they tried with the Tyranids 2 or 3 times, if I recall correctly, the first time was direct contact. That failed. The second time, they tried a bunch of esoteric ways of trying to communicate because they were really hoping they'd find some way to talk to them. When that failed, they went full-blown, okay, just kill them all. Sonic resistant. We don't need reckless stance. Quick reflexes. Eternal fortitude. Increased damage reduction. Fearless rage. Immune to shaken and frightened conditions. Must be at least 12th level. That's not bad, actually. Acid resistance. Cold resistance. They gain it equal to half of their barbarian level. Okay, that's not bad. I'm definitely thinking fearless rage might be the best choice. Because there's not, well, to be fair, she can potentially get 3 more rage powers on their own. But just in all honesty, the ability to just say, yeah, no, immune to certain conditions is usually a good, like for the equivalent of a feat, being straight up immune to 2 different conditions is probably pretty good. All right, Ekun, let me pull up your build real fast. Where's it at? Where is it at? No, not you. That's Octavia. That's Lindsay's. Ekun. Level 15. Ranger. Bonus hit point. More athletics, more stealth, more lore nature, more perception. Yep. All right, and they suggest alertness. Makes sense. Even more perception. And then for the favored enemy, Fae. At least I think I'm reading that right. So we have giant humanoids, right? Magical beasts, undead, and now Fae. Which makes sense, because we're going to be fighting a lot of Fae towards the end of this game. That much I do know. Jubilost, my dear friend. Jubilost, level 15. Blind fight. Real? Oh, okay, so I'm guessing... No, yeah, that would help deal with enemies that can get around. I don't know. Blind fight? Maybe. Let's see if Call of the Wild added any other mod or any other feats that might be better for him. Let's go ahead and boost a point of... There we go. Clustered shots. Total the damage from all hits before applying... Oh, isn't that really... Does that apply to bombs? Does it? Because if that applies to bombs, why would you not get that? I don't actually know. Lord Brownbear, you're our resident Pathfinder expert. By any chance, do you know if clustered shots works with bombs? A lot of Imperial dogmas are crushing threats before they have the chance to become threats or to avoid chaos. So to Tau, a lot of what the Imperium does probably does seem loony, even if you explain it to them point blank. Yes. Which is why the 4th Sphere expansion fleet that happened during the lore for 8th edition was such a big deal. Back in the day, I did enjoy Arch Warhammer's description of it, the Tau believing they're the biggest fish in the sea, and laughed at the Imperial players on how grand their empire was, until the Damocles Gulf Crusade. Yes, yes. I still like Arch. I know people bitch and moan about some of his political views, and I know there are claims about his Discord server. I just watch his lore videos. Regardless, Imperial Dog... Oh, I already read that. Doi. But yes, the Damocles Gulf Crusade was an eye-opener for the Tau. It was also an eye-opener for the Imperium, though, because the Imperium's so set in its military strategy that the Tau were a very rude wake-up call. It does not, because most bombs are energy damage. In tabletop, those are bombs that deal physical damage that work on, but cluster shots overcomes damage resistance, not resistance. Okay, okay. So... The game, as I said, the game is suggesting blind fight, but I want to see if there's anything else that can work. You can spend a move action to steady your shot. When you do, you gain a +4 bonus to your next ranged attack. That really doesn't matter to Alchemists because they target touch attack, so it really does not matter. He doesn't need to craft. Critical focus, no. Dodge, exotic weapons. We could grab extra bombs instead, but eh. You got rapid shot? The build I'm working on suggests rapid shot way later, but you might be right that grabbing it now would probably be better. Yeah, they suggest grabbing it at level 17. But I'm going to be honest. I think grabbing it now would probably be the best idea. For what I recall, the Imperium could, in theory, wipe out the tower with relatively little problem. The issue just lies they're busy everywhere all at once. Yes, yes. Yeah, I think we're just going to grab Rapid Shot. I think we'll just grab Rapid Shot. More damage from Jubilost is always a good thing. And we can pick up Blind Fight later if need be. Does it suggest anything for his spells? No, it does not. Is there anything that would actually be good for him, then, is the question. Not really. Yeah, the high-level alchemist spell books are not very good. They're really not. Plant shape, that's a personal... Yeah, no, that does... I mean, if you're doing a vivisectionist, plant shape is probably great because the additional natural attacks, but... Yeah, just give me Overland Flight. Why not? Just give me more buffs. And lastly, Tristan. Where's he at? There... Nope, not that one. No, that's... where is it? Oh, there it is. Come on, game. Or not game. Come on, web browser. All right, level 15, Mystic Theurge 8. There we go. And gets another Lore Religion bonus. What do they suggest? Greater Spell Focus Evocation. Makes sense. And then Spell Specialization Hellfire Ray. And the spell is Hellfire Ray. Big shocker. Where is it? Let me actually see this. A blast of hellfire blazes from your hands. You can fire 1 ray plus 1 additional ray for every 4 caster levels beyond the 11th to a maximum of 3 at 19th. Each ray requires a ranged touch attack to hit, which means it'll be way more accurate, and deals 1d8 points of damage per caster level to a maximum of 15d8. Half the damage is fire, but the other half is directly from unholy power and not subject to be reduced by fire resistance. And he also picked up more spells that he can cast with his combined spellbook. Is the dog eligible for a level up? He is not. All right. We're ready to go. Before I ask about delayed consumption, you know the spell sequencer in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? Oh, it's like that, I'm guessing. But nowhere near as broken, considering the spell sequencer allowed you to set up multiple spells very easily. They only suggest that because Rapid Shot eats your bombs fast. Fair enough. Fair enough. What was I doing? Oh, we actually... Okay, explore the mysterious cave from Luna's map. All right. We're on the road again. I hate traveling through the gnarl marches. I'd like to imagine that in time we'll turn Candlemere Island into like a magical hub of the kingdom, like a massive academy. All right, here we go.
In due time.
Ah, the ghosts of gnomes. A flickering shadow stands before you, trembling and chanting something indistinct. Its silhouette, you barely recognize the figure of a gnomish girl dressed in rags. No, no, we need to try again. The door will open. I promised them. I promised. Who are you, ghost? The ghost does not seem to pay any attention to you. I promised them. I promised them to open the door. To return everyone. Bursting into a long and bleak laugh, the ghost makes a move as if she wants to run away, but then freezes, her attention on you, giving you an eerily attentive look. A single extract lower level than a delayed consumption, and you can activate a swift action whenever you want. It's an immediate action tabletop and was a godsend, but I don't think immediate actions are a thing in this game. I believe they're classified as free actions, but while they are good, they do mess with the way the game's turn-based system works sometimes, from what I've seen. Who am I? I am Zay, wizard. I am the one who brought us all here. This place, the Lantern King himself opened the gate from his dominion to Galarian. He abandoned this road, but I thought I could open it, or ask for help from an eldest to return us all home. I was wrong. The door didn't open. We all lost color, one by one. The Lantern King. If the first world can be said to have a trickster god, no easy feat in a world where capricious, reality-bending mischief is a standard practice, then the title belongs to the Lantern King, also known as the Laughing Lie. Generally appearing as a foot-wide ball of floating light, the Lantern King has been pointed to by some as the progenitor of all will-o-wisps, but such allegations meet with nothing but laughter from the king himself. Foregoing an established realm of his own, the Lantern King roams as he wills through the fields and forests of the First World, and those lives he touches are rarely the same afterward. For though the king's sense of humor is vast, easily turned dark or incomprehensible. Nope. Poor creature. You should not have relied upon the mercy of the gods. Okay, Valerie, this is an eldest we're talking about. It's not even a case of mercy. It's a case of, do they feel like doing it today? Because they just might. They just might. So you're one of the gnomes of the First World. What happened to you all? The ghost lets out a strange sound, half of a moan, half dull laughter. I lived a long life there in the First World. Many long lives. I traveled. I created. I danced upon the edge of the abyss. I fell into clouds. I died and was born again. With none of my strengths and skills, but with all the memories of the wonders I've seen. But eternity can become tedious, even when a soul is forever young. Many older gnomes suffered it even before we knew what the bleaching was. Sooner or later, there's not enough novelty in the world. So we grew fascinated with a new game. Death. One of the eldest created it. Of course, he was just borrowing it based on his observations of the true gods. He drew a string from the River of Souls, created his own little circle of births, deaths, and judgments, imitating the almighty Pharasma as he judged the souls that he owned, determined their further paths. It was new. It was exciting. Many gnomes volunteered. If not us, then who? Had an experience with the Lantern King once in tabletop. In Shatterstar, we had an absolute dipshit of an Arcanist who only knew how to cast Disintegrate, Magic Missile, and Baleful Polymorph. I enjoyed in Book 5 as a Magus and kept dying in the same dungeon due to our Gargaxian and DM. I committed the crime of flying over a bottomless pit. Oh, I remember that you telling me about that one. When our Arcanist had the brilliant idea of casting Baleful Polymorph on the worm while I was in it. Yes, you've mentioned this story before, Lord Brownberry. Yes. Oh, man. Well, I was still inside. Yeah, because it takes a while for them to eat you for the purple worms. So yeah, that was a horrible idea. But those who take from the goddess of death must be ready for the consequences. The Lady of Graves visited and brought her wrath upon this eldest. He was stripped of his power, doomed to serve her court. And we gnomes who had gone with him, we were torn from the First World and bound to the River of Souls like all creatures of the material plane. Thereafter we lived like the rest, died like the rest, and learned all the pain of the bleaching. Our game had become our reality, and no longer could we tire of its fun and go home. Jubilos looks at the ghost, shaken. It seems to be one of those rare moments that the gift of speech is lost to him. But this is not at all how I was supposed to happen. Respected Zay, I understand that your condition does not allow for long conversations, but please, you must tell me. The ghost listens to him with eerie attention. Of course I could. I could do many things. I tried every way possible to open the portal. Everything except a sacrifice. After all, a little blood would come in handy.
End this suffering.
And of course it's ghosts. It's fucking ghosts. Alright, Akbo, you go after him. Ekun, open fire on them. Jubilos, if you could knock her on her. Oh, you can't target her. What? Oh, they're not the problem. Okay. Claws out. Honestly, half surprised that the Tyranids haven't nommed the Tau yet. That's mainly because the major... the last time the Tyranids came in from the Tau side of the galaxy was Behemoth, and the Ultramarines dealt with that. Ever since then, the other Tyranid splinter fleets have largely avoided entering from that same side, so the Tau have gotten lucky. That said, they do have a recent problem with Gene Stealer cults popping up. He decided to throw me a bone. My spirit familiar and I appeared magically next to the party next session. Fear said we owed a giant pumpkin a favor. I seem to imagine one day my Magus got a letter that said, please go to the Stolen Lands and fuck with the Baron there. Well, then you're gonna have a bad time, Mr. Magus. And, oh, of course, we got hit by frightful things. No, you don't frighten me. I frighten you, asshole. Regroup. The ghost freezes, holds herself by the shoulders, and sways back and forth, repeating over and over, I promise, I promise, I promise. That's rather a foolish performance, little ghost. You've staged a fine series of foolish performances, playing the game of death, contacting an eldest not known for his mercy, trying to open a door that leads nowhere, but who are we addressing? Greetings, Your Highness Terendil, and of course, you, most persistent of researchers. I see you solved our riddle. My Magus was a city half-orc who specialized in using the whip, so imagine delivering spell attacks from 15 feet away. That actually sounds awesome. That sounds like an amazing build. Jubilos folds his hands on his chest. Yes, we did. I might still fail to understand why you sent us the long way around instead of just telling us from the beginning. Some truths must be discovered to be known or seen with your own eyes. The host nods at the pile of gnome bones and the shivering ghost. Is what Zay told us true? Oh, of the game of death and Pharasma's punishment? Oh yes, one of our eldest brothers thought that he could steal from a deity, and the gnomes that answered his call thought they could play at death. Death decided otherwise. Is there any way to change what happened? To change what happened here? Oh, if there is, we know nothing of it. The eldest can do many, many things, but as you both know, that is not enough to confront a deity, especially one such as Pharasma. We have learned our lesson. We do not play with the toys of others. If I could do it again, I pick the Myrmidark archetype, which makes the Magus a little bit more fighter and a little less mage. A little less mage, a little more fighter, a little less a little more, what is, oh shit, what's the song? A little more talk, a little more action, a little less talk. Da 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 da. Alright, I'm not very good at this, can you tell? And there's the ad. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast and we'll continue with Jubilo's quest. I'll be right back. If I recall, doesn't the Tyranids kind of hard counter the Tau, at least in space battles? Ground fighting always seems to boil down to adaptation. I think they did encounter a splinter fleet of, I want to say, it was either Leviathan or there was another one that was like a minor hive fleet that they ran into. Kraken, that was it, yes. I think it was Kraken. They honestly did a pretty good job, all things considered, and that's mainly just because Tau weapons are so built on, let's be very honest, Tau space weapons especially are basically built on the principle of there is no kill like overkill. And part of that is by necessity. The Tau do not have the maneuverability or the durability to engage. Like, they don't have the maneuverability to outfight the Imperium, and they lack the durability to tank hits from ships like that. So Tau ships are pretty much just jury-rigged civilian ships, but with so many guns on them that they can broadside most enemies to shit. The other advantage as well is that the Tau have some of the best strike fighters in the entire setting. Like, that's a hands-down guarantee. I think the Tau can actually match the Eldar in terms of fighter craft. That's how good the Manta and other Tau fighter craft are. So in surgical strike operations, amazing. Their only real option against the Tyranids is just to keep them at range and pound them to pulp. Which unfortunately for the Tyranids, actually does work pretty well. The Tyranids simply were hard for them to target, as well as the second the Tyranids came too close, they were fucked. Yes. But they basically, if I recall, they actually did just kind of allow the Tyranids to close in on the planet because they knew the Tyranids were going to be mainly trying to absorb the planet. And then the Tau just stood off at range and started shooting hive ships from long distance. Combine that with their ground forces fighting the weakened hive, the remaining swarm lords and the weakened hive forces, and they actually managed to pull out a victory fairly well. Again, though, the Tau have not had to face a full invasion. They avoided Behemoth, And they got lucky that they only had to deal with a splinter of Kraken. And then Leviathan just missed them entirely. Leviathan came in from a completely different side of the galaxy and is millions and millions of light years away from them. But again, the real problem the tower facing right now is the gene stealers, especially after they intentionally infected some of their own citizens because they wanted to see what would happen. And then those citizens got loose and escaped. Yeah, Earthcast, turns out the Earthcast Tau can give the Mechanicus a run for their money in dumb shit department. Does that mean that all of this was in vain? Of course not. The journey is often more important than the destination. Hold on, I need to adjust my seat. God damn it, move. God damn it, hold on. I can help. There we go. Sorry about that. Bloody hell. Journey is often more important than the destination. Be satisfied with the secret you have won. The day I can be simply satisfied with something, I'll bleach. There's also the legendary battle between the Tower and Tyranids where they essentially out-adapting each other over and over again. Yeah, they hit a planet that had like an Earthcast research base on it. So the Earthcast just went crazy with coming up with anti-Tyranid munitions, which most of them were just minor variations on existing munitions. So the Tyranids adapted to it, and then the Earthcast adapted back and forth and back. You say we learned our lesson. Are you saying you're one of the eldest, host? You hear a laugh from under the hood. Oh, we are tired of answering this question, and the many that follow it. Ask us again next time, especially since the next time for you will be one of the first times for us. All right, just why are you here? The right question at last. As I suspect you've realized, there's no way to save gnomes from the bleaching. You cannot return them to the first world or restore their connection to their homeland. And even if there was a sufficiently desperate and powerful creature ready to do so, their actions would not be looked upon mercifully by the Lady of Graves. Though it cannot be done for all, it could be done for one. We are ready to offer this gift as a token of our appreciation for your exciting adventure and your solution to the riddle. Do you hear, Sir Jubilos? You personally can become reconnected with the First World. You won't be entirely protected from death if you remain on Galarian, but you will be spared from the bleaching. Whenever you visit the First World, which we are aware you desire passionately, then you'll be as immortal as any Fae. Jubilos fixes his glasses nervously. It's the only chink in his nonchalant facade. If this gift cannot help the entirety of my people, then I have no need of it. Of course, I'm not immune to vanity, but I've always been ready to share the burden of mortality with others who bear it upon their shoulders. Hell, I even keep wearing these stupid glasses. I will survive without the immortality of the First World. I will face the bleaching when it comes, as all gnomes have done before me. Immortality is a trap, Jubilos. You're making the right decision. I'm glad we understand each other, King. My decision is not changing. I decline this gift of the eldest. We are not easy to surprise, but you managed it. Very well. A rejection is a rejection. But gifts of the eldest are not so easy to withdraw from this world. They must find an owner, one way or another. To what should we do? To whom shall we grant what has been promised? Half-true Snurfbilin are gray-skinned subrace of gnomes, possibly having experienced the bleaching as a whole race and somewhat survived the experience, but the drawback is a culture focused on survival instead of wonder and obsession like typical gnomes. Yes, you mentioned they are a neutral evil and chaotic evil almost by necessity, basically. And then there were also the Spriggans as well, which are their obsessed with pain counterparts. If I recall correctly, the best result for this for Jubilos, because Jubilos deep down he is still chaotic, so the dead he's not exactly very interested in, but perhaps the gift should be given to a living gnome. one who is close to bleaching. Perhaps this will finally give them some ability to last a little bit longer. Yes, that's the best thing we could do. What do you say, host? Can you take what you're offering and give it to some other gnome instead? Anyone you choose who is suffering from the bleaching. Oh, that's even more interesting. Ah, I see this has all been for a reason. Our choice, you say? Very good. We'll make a choice, and we will save one lost soul. We already have, in a way. You have rejected our gift, Jubilos Northropple, but we will not leave you without any reward at all. We offer you a trifle, the chance to sometimes glimpse eternity in the corner of your eye, just as we do. Now, you can remember the history of things. Those who wander searching for mysteries and ancient relics might find this skill useful. And now, farewell. When you finally succumb to the bleaching, you may remember this moment. I wonder what you'll think then. Only time knows. Spriggans are brutalist surface gnomes who focus on survival to the point of selfishness. Certain Vethlin, the deep gnomes, are not evil, but as a Darklands race, they are very occupied with survival. Jubilos, shit, I made a mistake. I mean, to be fair, as other sources in the lore confirm, Tenwin, as long as Jubilos keeps up his adventuring lifestyle, he can easily live 4, 5, 6, like, centuries. Gnomes can go a long time as long as they do actively avoid the bleaching. It's not like he can't live a full life. And to be fair, I do like this because it is still in keeping with his principles. He wears the glasses to feel closer to his people. He acts the way he does to feel closer to his people. He wanted to find a solution for his people as a whole, and if there is no solution for his people as a whole, then he's not going to take it purely for himself. What is up with the glasses? So we had this back when we had the conversation with him, where he is a literal, like, he's basically the equivalent of a multi-millionaire author in Pathfinder. He writes books that are bought all across the Inner Sea and all across Andoran, or what is the land? Avestan, that's it. He makes enough money that he could have his eyes permanently fixed by divine magic. He chooses not to because the vast majority of the people who buy his books are commoners. They're regular people, people who wouldn't be able to afford a cleric to cast a high-level healing spell to fix his eyesight. He purposely keeps them because it makes him, he feels that it connects him more to the common people that he feels he has more in common with than many of the nobles throughout the places that also buy his books. Again, when we brought this up originally, it's one of those ways I said, this is how you do a disability in D&D properly. Jubilos knows that his eyesight isn't very good. He doesn't care. He understands that being able to be seen as someone who is closer to the regular people is more important to him, not just in a financial sense, in a practical sense, but in a almost moral sense. He wants to feel closer to the common person. It's part of the reason he's chaotic neutral rather than chaotic, is he chaotic good or chaotic? I can't remember. Yeah, chaotic neutral. And to be fair, as we saw in the Jathal quest, he is occasionally willing to toe the moral line if it comes to scientific curiosity. But, like, he has a rationale and a reason for not getting his disability, however minor or major it is, because we don't know how bad his eyesight is without the glasses, but he seems to imply that, at the very least, he wouldn't be able to adventure as effectively without something to help his eyesight. All right, I think that's... Oh, right, we should probably talk to Jubilos. Oh, no, he doesn't want to talk. Okay, we'll wait a day or two, and we'll see how... Well, let's get to the end of the month, and we'll see if he wants to talk then. What's up? Relations, arcane, espionage, good. I'm pretty sure we've seen, like, every event that could possibly fire, so it's not like we're missing anything right now. Yep, Hell Knights were buried under legal complaints. I like to imagine that is one of the few times Tristan actually finds his job enjoyable. I get to stop bloodshed and abuse of power by just burying them in legal complaints. Jubilos greets you with unusual hospitality. Tarendil, happy to see you. Haven't talked much about our adventure at the Candlemere. You know, I'm even sad that everything is over. Not only because I didn't find a way to help old gnomes, it's just another mystery is behind me. Another road has ended. But it was a wonderful journey and in good company, I must say. What are you going to do now? Well, I hope my humble talents will still be of use to you in your kingdom. Clearly, it could do with the help of an expert in the First World, what with all the Fae running around. I'll be around while I can be useful. Then, Once everything is set, I'll set off on another journey. This world is such a big place, and there are many more secrets to be found. And what do you think about everything that's happened? He sighs heavily. The games of the gods, games of the eldest. It shows how little we matter in the clash of powers on such scale. Truly, it boggles the mind. But at least now I know. And I can boast that I turned into a huge frog to win a secret from a demigod from another world. Ah! Admit it, we all had a bit of fun back there, didn't we? Oh, don't tell anyone, but I did too. Truly an amazing adventure. Allow me to say in all sincerity, I'm glad that fate has brought us together. Taren. I like how other people have post-nut clarity. Jubilost has post-adventure clarity where he's just like, oh, this was so good. He's usually so detached, so acerbic, so acidic with his words, but once he's finished an adventure, he's just like, oh yeah, was that good for you? It was good for me.
In due time.
I don't think we have anything else to do. I don't really feel like upgrading anything, though we have the money for it. Okay. I guess we wait a few more days and we'll wait for the Bald Hilltop event to happen. Oh, would you look at that? Impossible thickets full of poisonous plants and dangerous creatures began springing up overnight, rooting themselves in the streets of local villages. Countless subjects have already fallen victim to giant fly traps and other monsters that have been emerging from the magical woods. The insanity of the Bald Hilltop must be stopped. Ragongar, deploy the guard. You have additional resources. Deal with it. Oh, Rudran Skeji asked for an audience. Which one was that one? Was that one of the other Skeji? I think it was. Oh, God. Okay. What's up? Rudran Skeji is looking much better than she did on your first meeting, back when she could barely stand for the wound she'd received fighting the golem. Now the dwarf stands proudly at attention before you in polished armor. Your Highness, and Sir Harim, deeply respected servants of Grotus, the Skeji clan has sent me to express our gratitude for everything you have done, and to present you with this humble gift. We crafted it for Sir Harim personally, with the metals of the artifacts unmade by him. Rudran hands a small but heavy chest to Harim and bows. Harim frowns, trying to hide his confusion, then nods and accepts the gift. Well, I'm glad you're all right. It's nice to see someone manage to make something useful out of all that worthless scrap. Harim's like, wow, another dwarf being nice to me? The fuck? Alright. What did they... Oh, not that. The Metal Reborn. This helmet gives its wearer a DR5 bludgeoning and a 6+ enhancement bonus to wisdom and charisma. Well, if we're gonna do that, we're gonna have to make it a headband of destruction, or add in the headband ability, because otherwise there's not much point. So you know what? Craft magic item, Lady Daedalus, wondrous item, helmet, or is it Metal Reborn? And we want to add channel energy, 2d6. We're gonna go ahead and add, I'd like to add both of them if I could. Start with positive energy though. And then we're also going to need to add channel negative energy, 2d6. There we go. 3 days. Not bad. That'll get that all done. Harim will be able to do that. It'll also boost his wisdom and charisma, which is fine by me. Alright. No problem. Yep. Built that. Oh, right. We need to... Maybe we should go deal with the fucking Bald Hilltop before something else happens. That sounds like a good idea. All right, leave these here. Take those with us. Let's go. Actually, you know what? I want to try something. The king is tired of this Fey shenanigan bullshittery. Go over here. Difficulty. We're going to turn off this. We're gonna go see if we can solo the Bald Hilltop. I want to see if I can solo the Bald Hilltop with just my spells and my upgrades. We're about to find out if this is a horrible idea. But I think we can handle it. We have Form of the Dragon. Like, we've got the ability to deal some serious fucking damage. Alright. First off, let me just go ahead and top myself off from potions. I noticed we did take a little bit of damage. A little bit. There we go. Alright. Let's do this shit. Turn off the fucking... Don't use that on all of them, damn it. Okay, we've got everything activated. We've got everything good. All right, so we have shield. Armor is useless. Enlarged person. Oh, wait. I'm going to be in dragon form, so it doesn't really matter. Never mind on that. All right, bone fist. Blade tool. Mirror image. Protection from arrows. Telekinetic strikes. Heroism. We already have fly, so don't have to worry about that. Stone skin. False life. Spell resistance. True sight. Alrighty. And then Dragonkind 3. Oh my god, look how fucking big I am. And then lastly, throw on displacement with an extend... Oh, hold on. Oh, I can't use the rods when I'm in dragon form. Ah, okay, that's good to know. Displacement. And finally, greater invisibility. Let's see if we can solo this shit. Oh my god, the chunk on this man. Oh, of course, swarms. Fuck you. Luckily, they don't see me, which means... breath weapon. Get fucked. How did those survive? Are you shitting me? How did those survive? Whatever. They're reducing my strength automatically. Oh my god. Yeah, get fucked. How do they have that much health? What the fuck? How are they still alive? How are they still alive? There we go. Good lord. How much fucking stat damage did I take? 10! Holy crap. Well, it doesn't matter. Still beating the shit out of you guys. Oh my god, I love it. Oh. They're not dead. Why are they not dead? No, not this bullshit again. Regeneration 5, cold iron or fire. Oh, I can do that. There we go. Oh, Marquise Dazzlelight. Oh, it's one of you assholes. Get fucked. 17,000 experience for that all on my own. Holy shit. And a diamond. Was that really all he dropped? A diamond? Yep, that's it. Wow. The body of the enemy is so big it's showing up on the map. Mandragora swarms are BS. Yeah. Yeah. -10 to strength. Holy fuck. And we can't remove that. So kind of creepy, not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look at its body. Like, ugh. But yeah, we just soloed that. And made our... Oh my god, we made a lot of experience off that. It's like a giant ugly baby. Make sure your strength doesn't hit 0. Oh no, we've got more than enough. We've got more than enough. Our strength will still be at a 16, even when that happens. Like, we're good. We're good. Okay, so note to self. Use the extend metamagic rod before using the dragon form. Oh, I love this. See, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Look at this shit. I love this build. Like, what do we actually end up with? Hold on. Yeah, plus 26, 26 to 50 for the base. And that's just the claws. That's not counting all the other stuff. And technically, this build can get stronger because we don't have Ekun to cast Strongjaw, which raises the size of each of our natural attacks by 2 categories. Oh, so good. Where's the exit? There it is. So how do you get rid of the strength negative? We go back to town and we get somebody to cast restoration on us. Well, actually, really, we just go back to town and then I use the restoration scrolls myself because I have used magic device. There we go. And then I'm pretty sure we had a couple of those. Yes, scroll of restoration, strength damage. There we go. We're good. Lesser restoration, but I just used one restoration scroll. Like, we had 22 of them. I just used one of them. All right. And she has completed crafting the Metal Reborn. Is that for both of them? No, just one so far. Okay, so she's still got to finish the other one. And now we just need to wait for an update from the rest of our crew. There we go. Kingdom managed to persevere and enjoys peace once again. Yep, military stability and espionage. Good. I mean, not that it matters. We're maxed out ranked on everything. Oh my god. And now we're just waiting a report, correct? Yep. So that should happen within the next week or so. General's people surrounded the Steel Falcon's camp in the middle of the night and captured them before they could sound the alarm. In order to avoid war with Andoran, they allowed these captives to return to their masters alive, but the weapons and equipment were seized by the kingdom's army. Ooh. Wow, Amiri, I'm actually going to give you props for that. That was a smart move. I was not expecting that from you. See, Amiri can be tactical. Amiri can be tactical. Oh, dragon. That's great. Mark of the Guardian. No idea. You worked on Onslaught, so, you know, you're done. Thank you for the free item. Where is Boken? Boken has one of the best of the freaking magnum opuses. You need to give me Boken's item, you goddamn game. Like, he didn't give it to me and I just missed it by accident or something, right? No. Yeah, that quickens... Rod of Undeath is the one that gives Extend, but only up to 6th level. Which actually, to be fair, hold on. Okay, so I could use that on my Form of the Dragon, on my Dragonkind 1, which would work. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, we've got nothing else. And Harim's helmet is now done. Yep. Where is he at? Here you go, Harim. Oh, what is that? Oh! Enhancement +5, negative energy resistance 30, fire resistance, acid resistance, cold resistance, and electric resistance 10. Also grants the ability to cast Searing Light once per day as a 5th level cleric. Cool. His outfit would need to be like blue-ish to fit that, but I mean, it's still all right. It's a dwarven helmet. The main advantage, again, is that it has... I can get both of those on there, and it already starts as a +6 to Wisdom and Charisma. Harim does not need Intelligence. It's fine. There we go. Good. I guess that means we can sell the rest of this. Let's go ahead and sell that. We'll hold... I don't really have anybody who needs that. Mithril full plate. I should be putting more energy resistance on this for her now that I think about it. Oh my god, I never upgraded the enhancement bonus on that. Oh. Okay, that's, okay, well, I know what I need to do now with some of our time and money. That was stupid of me. Get rid of Wireless Gunderson's book. Nobody wants that shit. We don't need Luna's map anymore. There we go.
All according to plan.
Lady Daedalus, I have some more shit for you to make. My god, I can't believe I forgot all about that. All right, let's start with the armor. Where is it? It should be the Mithril full plate +5. Let me see. So, armor enhancement is already maximized. Crafter must be of good alignment. Well, we can't do that. Acid, fortification, wild does not matter. Hold on, let's start with her weapon. More like Wireless Dunderson. It's just damage, so lesser oh, I already read that. Where is it? Arcane Protector. There we go. Let's go with enhancement bonus. Let's get that up to 5. That's going to take 3 days. That's fine. What else do we want to add to that? What would fit for her? Vicious would not fit. I would preferably need something that allows her to hit easier. But no, most of these only... Well, no, Bane does provide an enhancement bonus that is 2 better. That's weapon finesse. Axiomatic would make sense for her. Ghost touch, speed. I'm thinking... Shock, furious. Furious is just for... I'm thinking axiomatic and speed would make the most sense for her. So let's go with speed and axiomatic. And that would max it out. Yeah, that's going to max it out as a +10 weapon, basically. And then next, Lady Daedalus, I also need you to increase Ancestral Dwarven Shield. Let's go ahead and upgrade that to a +5. There we go. And then let's go ahead and give it heavy fortification as well. There's a 75% chance that the critical hit or sneak attack is negated and the damage is instead rolled normally. Yep. Put that on the shield. And then lastly, let's go back to her... Where is it? Armor. And it's the +5. So if the fortification is on her shield, then we don't have to worry about that. Let's go with... Actually, hold on. Hold the phone. Let me see your stuff, Valerie. Displacement is still fine. Mirror image is still fine. So I guess we don't need to really upgrade that right yet. Yeah, just focus on... Let's just focus on getting that mithril full plate with energy resistances. So let's just start off with the basics. Fire resistance +5. Okay, that might be a bit much because she's working on a lot of shit right now. And I don't know when the actual next event is going to happen. Oh, and there it is. Urgent correspondence for the king. Is it time to finally cross the river to Pitax? I think it's time to finally cross the river to Pitax. Lindsay excitedly waves around a letter written in neat handwriting on expensive stationery. I've got news! I've got news! Take a look! Iravetti, king of Pitax, has sent you an invitation by himself to the Rushlight tournament. We're not gonna miss it, right? You're taking me, of course, right? All the high society of Pitax will be there, including people from the academy. Maybe even Headmaster Atalia Gitarin. Oh, I'd love to see her face when she hears about the book Professor Eobald is writing with me. What is this tournament? Oh, Iravetti holds it every few years. Guests come from all the nearby kingdoms, Mivan, Gralton, Bravoy. I haven't been there personally, but I hear it's always so much fun. All right, let's hear it. What can you tell me about Iravetti? Okay, so imagine a roadhouse full of pirates, mercenaries, smugglers, spies, and other gentlemen of fortune. They're drinking to their success, talking business, buying, selling, hiring, choking, burying, and now take this roadhouse and imagine it's the site of a kingdom. That was Pitax before Iravetti. Now imagine that some unknown bard enters that roadhouse, pulls off a few shady deals, and suddenly he's the owner. Everything is the same as it was before, but now the walls are covered with his portrait. A brass band plays music every night, a juggler with a pet bear walks around the room, gnome strippers dance on tables, and barmen sell a variety of racy substances from Numeria beyond its beer. That's Pitax now. Okay, if Iravetti holds it once in several years, why did he wait until now to invite? Gnome strippers, you say? Yes, that is the words that Lindsay used to describe it. Correct. How would I know what goes on in Iravetti's head? Maybe he just thought that they weren't important enough as a baron, but now that you're a bona fide king, you're his equal, you could say. I doubt Iravetti considers me an equal. The man has an ego the size of a planet, from what I recall. There's no reason not to invite you at what he considers the major social event of the year. This is a trap, isn't it? Oh, it's certainly possible. There's definitely some catch here. This is Iravetti we're talking about, but I doubt he tried to kill you at his own festival with business partners from all of his neighbors present. He's more likely trying to sell you on some fraudulent deal or another, so, you know, keep your eyes open and don't sign anything. Interesting. Well, if I have to, let's go. Great. Trap or no, it'll at least be a ton of fun. You're gonna take me with you, right, pretty please? Fine, Lindsay, you can come along.
Iravetti, king of Pitax, invited our king to a tournament. But why? A demonstration of neighborly amiability, perhaps? Unlikely. The ruler of Pitax was renowned for his devious guile.
Unfortunately, we do need to wait for Valerie's gear to be made, so that's going to take Oh, that's going to take a while. Probably should have done this before we got that far, but oh well. Well, to be fair, hold on. The curse has not updated yet, so we're not even on a timer just yet, I don't think. We'd better hurry. Ooh, okay, hold on. Well, we're gonna hard save here just in case. I would like to get the rest of these events done. Local dwarves claim that one of their own has perished in the king's domain with an invaluable family relic. The leader of the clan requests permission to find the king's remains and return them to his family. Alright. Go right ahead. Rings of Power. Local spellcaster discovered an amazing and very valuable location. Intersection of ley lines. Octavian. Okay, we're starting to get really difficult events. Holy shit. There we go. The darkness retreats. Which means we now have access to the next level of the 10 upper steps, but we will not be doing that just yet. Amiri wants to talk. Wait, what? Come to the tavern after the council. I need to talk to you. It's about my tribe in Nilak. And the ghost, okay? Will you come? I'll wait. I won't get drunk, but I really want to. I love how you have a way with words, Amiri. I love how sometimes you just come to the tavern. We'll talk there. Are you sure we don't have anything? Brought some relics. Ah, the Thief of Secrets. Here we go. There we go. The invisibility potion tastes bitter. My charmed spectacles are cold against my face, but they allow me to see in the dark. The darkness embraces me like a warm, dark velvet as I creep slowly up the tower's spiral stair. I am Kinney the Stubborn, Thief of Secrets, born to a family of slaves, determined to squirm at the feet of my cyclopean masters. But I grabbed fate by the throat and escaped, taking with me some of my cruel master's artifacts, and since then I've traveled the world doing what I do best. And this is the Time-worn Thassalon rune, cyclopean, goggles of the night, lockpick case, Aslanti belt buckle. So obviously somebody who lived in the ancient times and traveled all over the world. From the tall spikes of the temples of Aslanti to the secret dungeons of Thassalon, from huts of shamans living in reeking swamps to the shiny palaces of the cyclopean aristocracy. I have been everywhere, and from every quarter I collected something of value. Scrolls and potions, artifacts, blueprints, magical devices, and spell designs. All this and far more I have held in my hands. Bards tell stories of my adventures. Some claim that once the Stubborns stole an artifact right from the bedroom of the Lord of Runes. I can neither confirm nor deny these rumors. But today's mission is more important and more dangerous than any before. I must not lose. I do not have the right to lose. The stairway ends at an arch without a door. I look for traces of protective spells and frown when I find none. I step across the threshold. Moonlight fills the room. Wrought iron grills on the windows cast crisscrossy patterns on the floor. Small, blossoming trees sway in their pots. Where are the protections? I take another careful step. Suddenly, two of the nearest trees reach out their branches and drop petals. They fall in a circle, damning the world all around. I move to escape, only to find myself trapped. The invisible wall is more secure than shackles. Caught. I sigh and sit up on the floor, legs crossed. I take out a flask of strong liquor and a volume of frivolous poetry, awaiting the tower's owner. What are you stealing? The storyteller moves his lips silently, rubs his temples, then sighs, obviously baffled. I cannot answer, your highness. This has never happened before, but some of the memories appear to be hidden. Let us continue. Perhaps more will become clear. Why do they call you the Thief of Secrets? Because I do not steal for profit. I have no interest in gold or jewelry, only the secrets of wizardry. I do not rob simple wizards. I track those who possess unusual artifacts or develop new spells which they do not wish to share with the world. I began by giving the secrets of the Cyclopean wizards to their human slaves, but many years have passed since then, and the list of my exploits is long. I have learned that if someone possesses unique power or knowledge, that they can easily use it to evil ends. But when power and knowledge belong to many, it's much harder, and no one alone can abuse them, and the balance is preserved. Oh, great. You would have fit in right well with the Harpers, wouldn't you? Go on. The owner of the tower enters the room, a tall elf with silver hair wearing simple gray clothes. He looks at me and shakes his head. Couldn't even make it past the 3rd floor. What happened to you, Stubborn? Are you getting old? I flash him an obscene gesture the backstreet dwellers use. The elf laughs, flutters his fingers, and lifts the spell. The circle of petals blows away and I arise. The tower's owner embraces me warmly. The master of the tower is a powerful wizard, the creator of wonderful things, and an old friend. When I was a young boy who had just escaped slavery, I snuck into his pantry and found myself caught in a magic trap just like today. The owner did not punish me, but released me, gave me some food and a roof over my head. Since then, we've been in a competition. Once, every 5 or 6 years, I'll visit my friend and try to secretly slip through all the traps in his tower. Then we passed the night speaking of my adventures and the varying fates of the elves and the short-lived. Today we sip mulled wine. I tell him of the wonders I've seen in my travels. You'd learn much if you didn't sit here endlessly guarding your secrets. He smiles. You've made it your life's goal to reveal secrets, but I to keep them. Not every secret belongs out there in the world, stubborn. Passing through hundreds of hands, jewels lose their shine, and knowledge becomes distorted. Truth becomes lies. That is why I sit in my tower, guarding what I've created as I've learned from others. I dare not argue, and we talk about things for a long while, until at last I say goodbye until the morning, and as soon as the elf retires to his chambers to immerse himself in meditation, I slip out the room with my equipment, head to the tower's treasury. Forgive me, my friend. You've left a snake into your house. How were you going to pass the traps? You said you'd never been able to before. The truth is, I've known every trap in this tower for many years. I've gathered a handy set of artifacts that will help me avoid each and every one. Every time I got caught, that was just to blunt my host's vigilance. Thus, he would invite me into his house without worrying about his precious secrets. And what happened then? The plan worked. Not long after, I was already out of the tower, taking with me one of the oldest and grandest of the elf's secrets. But now I'm running, hiding, delving down and down through the tunnels of an ancient dungeon to hide what I've stolen. For so many years, we argued about whether I was right to tear secrets from their keeper's hands, to release them into the world. And here I am, shunning the sun, crawling deeper as far as I can reach away from the light, to hide a secret which must never be shared. I have no one I can tell this. There is none with whom I can share this dread knowledge, my terrifying speculations. I have no right to speak of it. The thing I took from the tower must be hidden dark, away, and never see the light for thousands of years. Otherwise there will be great woe. My friend's tower is not the adamant keep he believes it to be, so I must hide the secret deep, where it will vanish without a trace, even if it means that I myself must vanish with it. I have little hope that you will understand why I betrayed you, my friend. Forgive me, if you can, and farewell. Is that all? The storyteller hesitates. His face grows pensive and more grim. Yes, the ending of the story is lost in darkness. I cannot say what happened to this stubborn and his secret. This story is one of the most ancient I've encountered. Perhaps it is the reason for its obscurity. How amusing that it touches upon a matter that I've given much thought to, whether secrets should be kept hidden or shared generously with the world. Do we know what he was hiding? I cannot say. I suspect, Your Highness, that the stubborn feared that his memories might be recovered, and so he deliberately hid his secret, even from one such as I. Thank you. Alright, so we've been through all of that. Legend of the Gemstone Cave, Fallen Soldier, Cypress Queen. Yep. I love how it took you that long to notice that Tenwin mentioned that, because apparently you weren't listening to Lindsay talking about gnome strippers. Meet Amiri in the tavern. Right. Alright, so remember that evil spirit who haunted the Six Bears, the one we drove away? Okay, so don't think I'm crazy, but he might have visited me in a dream. He says I'm a thief, because I stole his sword, remember? Yeah, the big one, the one that Armag broke. He says he has all my tribe as hostages, all of them. Nylak too, says they'll be dead if I don't return the sword. I thought you killed the giant with the sword and then ran off with it. Ugh, I found it, okay? I lied that I took it in battle, but the giant was already dead. How could I know he'd want an old piece of iron back? How does he know that the sword is broken? He knows. I mean, I saved most of the blade, but the ghost says he'll forge me, tells me to forge a new one. He even said how to do it. There's a whole ritual. Where's he keeping your tribe? He said first I have to fix the sword, then he'll tell me where they are. Alright, we'll see what we can do. Alright. The repair's gonna cost a lot. I've never had so much this amount in my hands, but Nylak and... The barbarian shakes her head in grief. We'll handle it. I'm assuming we have to do that as part of a event. I had to take a walk for a bit. Someone worked on the internet at my dorm. Ah. Fair enough, fair enough. So how long is this going to take? Projects. Reforge the sword. 22 days. That's actually fine by me. Storyteller, you're good at putting things back together. Go ahead and do that. I don't want to do the mountain resort. Something. Anything else. Ugh, fine. Do it. There. Okay, that's all handled. The workshop was quickly built. They've established several sanctuaries nearby. Good. Nothing else we can do here. I know, game. Believe me, I'm gonna work on it. We just need, like, a few more days. And now Octavia and Ragongar want to talk to me. God damn it. Fun little anecdote. Book 5 of Kingmaker, near the end of the book, they suggest a couple of side adventures. One of them is saving an opera diva who Iravetti decided to keep as a personal pet. She had elven features, and given her name, I assumed she was a gnome, and on request, I had my artist friend draw a sketch of her. Ah, yes, I'm sure that, and I'm sure this sketch is totally wholesome, and in no way will ever, given that you got it from your artist friend, I believe the one you said is also interested in short stacks, I'm sure this piece of art is totally family friendly and could totally be posted on our Twitch stream. Right, Lord Brown Bear? Right? So, remember those books from Maestro Janusha's study? We'd hoped to find something about our past in them. And we did. And I'm kind of sorry we looked. Look, we found something, but it's a sensitive conversation. We'll wait for you in the palace garden, near the viewing point. Fine. Oh, and here's our curse report. No matter what curses the denizens of the First World cast upon you, no matter what cruel tactics they use, you have repelled them with valor. Bravo, your highness. Accept this humble gift as a sign of gratitude from your subjects. Whatever Nyrissa had planned, I'm sure we can handle it. Each of our attacks is stronger than the last, but we're getting stronger too. In any case, it won't be long. Why are the attacks getting more dangerous? I think Nyrissa's been playing with us. If she attacked at full strength even just a few years ago when the barony was still was just in the cradle, we couldn't possibly have handled it. I think she still needed to keep us alive for something, but now that we've lost our usefulness, she's trying to finish us off. I have a different theory. This curse from the Bald Hilltop is an unstable portal, a bridge between Galarian and the First World. The more it is used, the more firmly anchored it becomes, allowing Nyrissa to send through more and more powerful forces. You are both right. The stability of the portal plays an important role in it. However, it's true that she did allow the barony of Dracaria to get on its feet, at least when it was newly formed. Maybe think of a funny bit of dialogue, assuming that she's a gnome. While Irvetti has good taste, darling, you may have noticed that this little gilded cage I stand in is a bit spacious, meaning that our dear king went through all the trouble of capturing me, keeping me here, and I was not even his first choice. Back with the food, what happened? We're getting our curse report right now. How soon until Nyrissa is able to bring the full power of her army down upon us? I'd assume her strength has nearly reached its peak. We might not be there yet, but the next assault will be especially dangerous. Could we use the portal to launch a counterattack? Alas, not yet. The passage between worlds is not yet that reliable. We cannot be sure where it will take you, or if it will be activated at all. Such is the nature of such portals. Such a portal is unreliable even for denizens of the First World. We only see a small portion of the hordes that Nyrissa wishes to send through the portal to attack us. Nyrissa doesn't care what happens to the countless who go missing. So considering the bleaching, I assume that means most gnomes have tried to strip for money at least once. Probably. Or at least something similar. I have a bad feeling that exhibitionism is a fairly common kink among gnomes. With each attack, the portal will become more and more stable. Soon that passage will be a steady bridge between Galarian and the First World. And that is the moment we must wait for, to strike. Continue raising our forces and building more defenses around the Bold Hilltop and the surrounding villages. We must prepare for the next attack. Oh, we'll prepare all right. Just let her try to come at us. We'll beat her back to where she came from, and I'll cap our victory off by writing a song about her. A funny and embarrassing one. Everyone in the First World will be singing it for her. Do not insult my wife, Lindsay. You can make it funny, but you can't make it embarrassing. Alright, so we've handled all that. Rushlight tournament. Right, Octavia and Ragongar want to go talk to us, and they said they would be outside. How much longer until... Okay, we still have about 10 days or so before Valerie's equipment is fully brought up to par. Alright, game, can we avoid the massive slowdown and lag when we walk outside, please? What would happen if you just dropped a giant stone where the portal of the First World would pop up? There's highly likely the portal would open inside the stone, which would cause whatever Nyrissa to push through it to explode the stone from the inside out. Kind of like what happened to the people when the bloom happened inside of them. At best, you might be able to kill one thing that she sends through, but otherwise, it would still function as normal. That's assuming that the portal itself doesn't just tear the stone apart. See, I love this. I do wish it built up even more over time. In Gnomes of Galarian, in the Persona section, they describe a gnome NPC who carries around a copper coin she enchants so she can track its location and meet new people who should meet again and slowly try to get the coin back and start the game again. She often has close relationships with these people, her last name being Copper Tongue. And whenever someone asks where the name comes from, she tells a dirty story. Isn't there a way to block off or cancel portals like anti-magic words or something? Theoretically, yes, but if the thing on the other side opening the portal is stronger, they can be overpowered, Kenwin. And given the fact that it's heavily implied that an eldest has given Nerissa this job, that would basically be like, short of a mythic level wizard putting up anti-magic wards, we don't have magicians capable of hitting that power level. Ragongar stands beneath one of the trees, gloomily looking on the city below. So you... No. Tenwin, there is a... So, it's hard to express in game mechanics, but there is an exponential power scaling difference between a level 20 wizard and a level 20 spellcaster and a level 20 spellcaster with mythic levels. Like, it doesn't show up as much at like the low ranks of mythic, but when you look into the lore of it in Galarian, there is a definitive gulf between the two. There's things like dimensional anchors and anti-magic zones, but like Savati mentioned, the strength of the opposing force is a factor. Yeah. Oh, there you are. All right, we found my tribe. Now we just need to go have ourselves a friendly chat. The half-orc clenches his fist. What about Octavia? Did she learn anything? Yeah, we did. Turns out she's a... No, I'm shutting up. That's her news to tell you. All right. How did you all end up figuring this out? That's another story entirely. So, Octavia grabbed those books that Janusz had for a while, found where he bought us from who helped him, all that. We got all we could from them, but checking up on the information would have meant traveling all across Numeria and half the River Kingdoms. As you might recall, it wasn't exactly quiet here at the time. Not that it ever is, am I right? But you know we'd never leave you to clean up a mess like that by yourself. So we hired a pretty brave crew headed by a good scout. Can't do everything ourselves, right, after all. They pulled some strings, followed some leads, figured everything else out for us. Well, almost everything. The most important parts, at the very least. Octavia and I'll find out for ourselves when we pay our families a visit. I take it you're looking for revenge. Not sure what I exactly want yet. Maybe not. Maybe I just want to look at all the freaks looking at those freaks to be sure nature punished them all well enough without me. I'm really just looking for some closure. That's all. So your tribe? The sewer rats. No. Crab lice. The threadbare moles. I can't even remember. The dung pigs. The half-orc gives you a lopsided grin. Fine. They're called the Sharp Fangs, for good reason. Ragongar grins, displaying his tusks, smaller than an orc's, but still large and sharp. They all try to have kids with orcs to strengthen the blood. Not bad. I bet they breed themselves like pedigree cattle. So I've already been sold twice. First by an orc sow of a mother who took some gold to push me and my brother out, never to see us again. Then my father chose which of us to keep and which to sell to the slavers. Treated like an animal my whole life, I'm surprised I'm not barking on all fours. They tried to turn you into an animal. You kept your humanity and you made yourself powerful. That's something to be proud of. True. It proves you can't break Ragongar. Alright, we'll go meet your tribe at the first chance we get. Octavia pensively fiddles with a small metal trinket while she waits. She takes a moment to notice you as you approach. Oh, hi. It seems we haven't been properly introduced. Allow me, Octavia della Fioroni, heir of a noble title, a family manor, and even a coat of arms with a motto. With a sad smile, Octavia shows you the trinket she's playing with. It's a fibula decorated with a coat of arms, a butterfly, and an arrow. At the bottom, you see the motto, "Serve solely my conscience." He'll tell you everything about it. Yeah, I figured. So you're a noblewoman. Oh, I could hardly believe it myself, but apparently there's no doubt. I am the missing daughter of Marchioness della Fiona. Missing, that's what they're calling it. And how did you find this out? Oh, a lot of work after going through Janus's ledgers. Not only did we find information about our purchases, there was a wealth of data. Connections, suppliers, meeting places. Tracking it all would have required crossing half the river kingdoms in all of Numeria. We couldn't just leave you. So we did the boring and practical thing like kings and entourages might do. We hired a team of sleuths to follow the trail, and they found everything. Who bought us, who we'd been sold to, and where we're from. Finding my family at that point was relatively easily. The Marchioness was already looking for me herself. They just need to put a few pieces together to realize I was the missing heir of the Della Fiorni family. On the other hand, Regis' tribe has been found with a looking glass. It's no matter, we certainly paid them well enough for their troubles. And where are they found? There isn't one, really. The Delafione family was waning even before I was born. My mother's the last one. She's living in Pitax, as far as I know. Small townhouse. I want to pay her a visit, and I'd appreciate it if you'd accompany me. Of course, I'd be honored to visit the Delafione Manor, Lady Octavia. Octavia looks at you with confusion on her face. At first she seems a little offended, but a moment later she's bent over with laughter. Oh, Excellency! Oh my... Excellency! A high-born Marchioness of the highest rank. Oh! She wipes tears of laughter from her eyes. Do not make me laugh so hard. Just look at me. Devils take me. What kind of Marchioness am I? You don't think I'm gonna go to Pitax and inherit a title, do you? Oh, but thank you. The title's not important. I just want to see my mother. My character might be lawful evil, but even he can get a good laugh out of, oh, turns out you're a noblewoman. Well, this is a shocker. Highborn at heart, meet Ragongar's tribe, the ancient curse in 212 days, and the Rushlight tournament. It also occurs to me, wait a second. I don't think the Sweet Teeth ever came back. Oh no, I think that was the bug with the quest. If you go to do, if you get the event where you have to encounter them, they don't show up. Oh no. Yeah, we might have fucked up their quest. We might have fucked up that quest. Shit. That's annoying. In the case of the Balding Hilltop, the portal probably gets stronger the stronger the curse gets, and every time you foil Nerys's plans, her antipathy towards the kingdom grows, and thus it's possible the power of the portal grows with the curse. Is it actually a curse, or is the portal causing people to call it a curse? No, if I recall correctly from the lore, it is actually a curse.
As it should
This
be.
whole land is technically cursed. Okay, so we might not be able to do Canera and Calicay's quest ending, because I think we broke it. That's unfortunate. Oh wait, we can't leave yet. Shit. We can't leave yet. We need to wait for Valerie's equipment to get made. Fuck! I'm also gonna have to bring Octavia because I feel like if you're gonna be doing their companion quest, Octavia and Ragongar are kind of a package deal. Not bringing the other one when you go on their quest seems wrong. It should be doable. I hope you're right, because I swear I remember the game saying like, oh yeah, if you don't get all of the Sweet Teeth event before he asks you to go down to the Calmlands, it can bug the quest and make it unfinishable. How much longer we got? Like 9 days. We should be fine. We should be fine. Mercenary army. I remember Lindsay gets money off of finishing this one, so let's go ahead and do that. Court intrigue. Ekun, go handle that. Forgotten knowledge. Octavia, handle that. Daggermark Assassin, Ragongar, go handle that. Yep, espionage, relations, some additional BP. Is there actually anything else that we can do? Economy. +1 bonus to community for that results in a failure, or does that, why would we want that? That doesn't make any sense. Those are just static building upgrades. This will be better for Amiri. She'll be able to get pretty much guarantee that we won't miss out on any events. Sweet Teeth at some point do realize Calicay wants some distance from them, and they leave. The Brevin great houses of Labetta and Ledvodka are fighting over the river trade. It isn't a full-blown war, only a disagreement. The ships of the two houses are regularly sinking one another. Supporting one side may result in relations with a richer trade partner. All right, go ahead and handle that. Come on. There we go. I think that's it. Runaway genies. Go handle that. Was that the last item? It is. Okay, now we can leave. Oh, hello. You already gave me your... Yeah, you already gave me it. Thank you. Thank you for the magnum opus. Come on, where is frickin' Boken? He's the one that I want. Where's his magnum opus? Please accept this new gift. Blizzard's Heart. Thank you.
In due time.
Boken has the best magnum opus for this build. Please give me it, game. And apparently they drop... Oh no, that's the breastplate. What did he give me? Retribution. Okay. Meh. Blizzard's Heart. Leave. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and grab you two. We'll bring Valerie along. And then Ekun and Jubilos. We don't have any healing, but that's fine. We're not really planning on getting involved in many fights right now. We're also still waiting for Amiri's fucking thing to be done. Now, if I recall correctly, Ragongar's stuff is somewhere up here. There they are, the Sharp Fangs Tribal Camp. All right, teleport to Blackwing Vale. So quick irritating fact, he is a half Kelid, half Taldan. Oh, wanted to share that before I forgot. Interesting. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I do vaguely remember his portrait. And the man certainly looks like a barbarian. I honestly thought he was at first. Let's go ahead and save here just in case. Honestly, hold on. I would really like for the ad to go ahead and run right now, please, because I really need to use the restroom and I need to refill my water. Will you start the ad, please? There we go. Okay, we will be right back. We'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Ah. So quick, nitty-gritty of his backstory isn't dived into, but his dad was a Mendevian crusader and his mom was a Numerian Kelid wench. Sorry, I thought it was witch there for a second. To be fair, if she's a Kelid, wouldn't necessarily call her a wench unless she was like living in the city and basically being a slave. Since all too often it's much easier. Okay, oh, Ragongar does have a level up. So while the ad is playing, let me pull up Ragongar's build. Here we go. We're on level 15, right? Eldritch Scion 11. Where's this fucking... Yes. And we'll just go with the bonus hit point. Knowledge Arcana, Perception, Persuasion. He has a base strength of 34. Holy shit. And then he wants to grab Weapons Specialization Scimitar. Makes sense. And then his Magus feat is going to be... Should be Cornugan Smash. There we go. And for spells, they're suggesting... Web and Acid Spray. Guess that makes sense. I would have chosen something that deals lightning damage, but it doesn't look like there's anything on 5th level that deals lightning damage. So fair enough. And then Octavia. Where's her build? Oh god, we have not used her in a while. Oh shit. Level 12, Arcane Trister 7. Okay, we can do that. Intelligence +1. Wow, that gets her another 6 skill points that we can spend. Holy shit. Let's go ahead and boost all of these up. Give her some more perception. And then let's also give her... We don't have anybody in the party with lower religion. I'm going to give her 3 points in that as well. And then her spell specialization, no suggestions there, so I guess we keep that as Scorching Ray. So that's one of her main damage dealers. And then for her free spells, let me see here. Icy Prison and Angelic Aspect. That makes sense. Where is it? Icy Prison. Yep. And then level 13, Arcane Trickster again. No surprise there. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then Metamagic Quicken Spell. That does sound like a good idea. Where is it? Metamagic Quicken? Oh, no. I clicked the wrong one. Clicked the wrong one. Go back. Quicken Spell. There we go. And then spell specialization. And they recommend Disintegrate. Scorching Ray naturally has its third ray. It can be quickened and cast simultaneously with Disintegrate. Spell specialization should be switched to Disintegrate near permanently now, since it represents an additional 4d6 damage. Okay, makes sense to me. She is not allowed to select Disintegrate as... Oh, that's not good. I don't know why that's different. Oh, well. Scorching Ray is still good. Does she not have it? I thought we taught it to her. Yeah, 6th level spell, Disintegrate. That's weird. Let me see here. Cold Ice Strike, Circle of Death. Her having access to Circle of Death does make sense, as well as Dispel Magic. There we go. And level 14, Arcane Trickster 9. 2, 3, 4, 5. Can she choose Disintegrate now? No. I think something might be broken. Oh well. I guess we keep it on Scorching Ray. There's nothing I can do. She gets some additional level 6 spells. Let's go with... Fluid Form, Freezing Sphere. Sounds good. And Heroism Great. She also got Invisible Thief. At 9th level, the Arcane Trickster can become invisible as if under the effects of greater invisibility as a free action. She can remain invisible for a number of rounds equal per day to her Arcane Trickster level. Her caster level for this effect is equal to her caster level for this effect is equal to her caster level. These rounds need not be consecutive. That's nice. It's a toggleable ability. And level 15 gets her the 10th level of Arcane Trickster, which is going to let her use surprise spells. Can add her sneak attack damage to any spell that deals damage if the targets are flat-footed. Congratulations. Octavia is now the best alpha striker in the game, pretty much. This additional damage only applies to spells that deal hit point damage, and the additional damage is the same type as the spell. If the spell allows a saving throw to negate or half, it also negates or halves the sneak attack damage. Yes, but it does mean that when the enemy fails their sneak attack, you can basically nuke an entire encounter. And level 15, she gets greater spell focus transmutation. We didn't pick up transmutation at a previous level. Why would you? I'm going to assume they meant evocation, because that's the only way that makes sense. And we still cannot select Disintegrate, so Scorching Ray it is then. And as for her spells, Resonating Word and Legendary Proportion. Where are they at? Where are they at? Legendary Proportions does require dinosaur bones. Can't imagine that's very good, honestly. But, eh. And... what is the other one? Resonating Word. Where's that? Resonating Word. What does that do? Setting up lethal vibrations in the chosen target. The target must make a fortitude save once each round, and the effect grows stronger for each round that they fail. First round, they take 5d8 points of sonic damage and are staggered. They take 5d8 points and are stunned. And then on the third round, they take 10d8 points of damage and are stunned for 1d4 plus 1 rounds. And they have to save against all 3. Alrighty. Here we go. Sorry about that. I'm sorry, Lord Bradbury, I was off of OBS, so I didn't see your post. Hold on. Nitty Gritty of his backstory. Yep, read that. Numeria has more modern roles for the locals. Point is, she was no one special. I can spill his backstory up to the River Kingdom since it is no Mary Jabarian story if you want. Sure, go ahead. Yeah, sorry, Lord Bradbury, I got distracted getting Octavia and Ragongar set up. And everyone is dead. Okay, got some random gear here. 4 dead bodies. More dead
Follow
bodies.
my lead.
Ingid, son of Shatara. No, hold on. Just make sure there's nothing else around here
In
before
due
we go
time.
talking to him. In the dry grass, you can barely make out the signs that people once lived here. Burned bits of tents, rusty swords, rain-washed bones, and an old half-orc is the only living soul amongst the desolation. Wrapped in a charred mantle, he sits on the ground, devouring a raw rabbit and tossing the bones to a dog lying at his feet. He squints as you approach, but he doesn't reach for a weapon. Huh? Who's there? No one comes by here anymore. I'm Ragongar, son of the Sharp Fangs. They sold me into slavery. Where are they? Ha! Ha! You're looking at them. The old man points to the bones scattered along the ground. All of them there. Elders to children. All that's left of the Sharp Fangs. Me and you. His dad was a crusader, so he wasn't around. He supported him and his mom financially with a stipend. One day he dies and it all stops. The Rovetti, named differently at the time, can't be asked to dig it up, has to step up as a swindler. Not surprised. Who are you? I am Ingid, son of Shatara, last of the Sharp Fangs. Got nowhere to go. My hands have been feeble for a long time, so I sit here and I eat whatever Cole brings me, waiting for some kind person to pass by and maybe help an old man bury all these bones. But no one comes here. They must think it's cursed. They're right. So these were the Sharp Fangs. Tell me about them. Our tribe was stronger, braver, more valiant than the others. We had a tradition to mix our blood with orcs. Orc power, human prowess. We took the best of both. No room for weaklings. Weak children were either left in the field or sold to the city. You say you were sold, kid? Must have been sickly. What good would that do the tribe? Don't blame us for your weakness. As Ragongar clenches his fists, Octavia places a hand on his shoulder. Easy. Let him finish. You see in Numeria, there's one group that you really shouldn't be caught swindling. Let me guess, the Technic League. What happened to the Sharp Fangs then? Dead. All dead. Chieftain's son destroyed them all. See, Chieftain Agden, may he feast eternally with Gorham, he didn't want anyone else's kid to become chieftain after him. So he needed an heir with incredible power. So he chose Gerah, the Dragon Eye, to bear his children. A mighty orc warrior who scorched her enemies with lightning. Boasted of having dragons in her family. She demanded a lot of gold for it. But she delivered more than she promised. Not just one child, but twins. Agden thought a while on what to do, then wisely decided that a tribe doesn't need 2 chieftains. Sold the weaker one to someone from the city to get back some of the gold he spent. Raised the second one, Stragar, to be the new chieftain. The boy was good. He was deaf. He was cunning. Strong. He knew how to use his draconic charms, could strike an elk with a lightning bolt from his hands when he was knee-high. There must have been too much orc and too much dragon blood in him, and too little human. The older he got, the more, well, you know. The old man knocks on his head with a bony knuckle. Boy had a temper like a dragon. Anything went wrong, he'd start fighting right off. Couldn't tell his tribe folk from strangers eventually. He'd shoot lightning at the tiniest provocation. Was real cocky with his father, too. Called him all sorts of names, screaming about how the chieftain sold his brother, saying he'd look for him, come back to the tribe. Crazy. Anyone else would have been happy with the chieftain's mantle, the one I wear now. Anyone else would have been happy to be getting the mantle with no rivals, but he was stubborn. He screamed and he raged. He wanted his brother back, no matter what. Then one day, Agden grew tired of Stragar's whims and decided to teach him a lesson, as a father does. Knocked him a few times with a long rod, and that was it. The boy screamed like the hells. His eyes flared blue. He started shooting lightning from every orifice. It was terrifying. I still see it in my sleep. The flame, the smoke, the lightning everywhere, the tents burning one after the other. I was already too old to fight, so I hid behind a hillock and stayed out of sight. Some of the others, they went at him with swords. They all died. No one survived. Even the little ones were burned alive by the lightning. He took as good as he gave, though. Died of his wounds not long after. And that was the end of the Sharp Fangs. Ragongar looks at the bones scattered in the grass, baffled. My brother. He sounds like a nice guy. Best in his tribe from the sound of it. A lot like you. Wish you could have met him. Huh? Me too. I'm sorry. Discovering something like this is hard. Get lost. I don't need your pity. It's not pity. It's sympathy. Echoon's probably the only other person who's dealt with having to lose their entire family. Seems like half-orcs and a sorcerer is a bad combo. I mean, it's not the worst. It's also possible he was a blood rage from the sound of it, whereas Ragongar is a magus, which requires a little more precise training. It sounds like his brother was a blood rager, and more than likely had finally fully tapped into his draconic sorcery abilities when he decided to go on a rampage. All of the melee combatancy of a barbarian, all of the spellcasting capability of a magus, all in one very angry package. So he tries swindling on the Technic League. They find out the wrath comes down, missing him but catching his mom. His mom may be dead, but she didn't raise no punk. Iriadi got his get back. Stole a bunch of tech, made his way to the River Kingdoms, and anything more is relevant to spoil the territory. Okay. What do you say, Ragongar? What else is there to say? The half-orc looks across the bones scattered in the grass. Give me a hand. These assholes deserve a proper burial, at least. You're Stragar's brother, the chieftain's second son. And this is yours. The old man drops the charred mantle from his shoulders, holding it to Ragongar. Tribe might be gone, but the chieftain's mantle is yours. By right. After a moment of hesitation, Ragongar takes the mantle. Thanks, old man. May the gods grant their souls peace. Let's go. Nothing left to do here. The half-orc turns and walks away from the burned settlement without looking at anyone. Okay, yeah, okay, so the rest of pretty much everyone in the party is at level 15, so I have no problem with only active companions getting experience, because holy shit, we just got... Hold on, I don't know if you guys can see that. We got like 10 times as much experience as we probably would have if I hadn't done that. Holy shit. And of course, Ragongar bails on us. Alright, well, time to leave. I don't even know what the cloak is. Oh, there we go. Charred Mantle. +6 resistance bonus on all saving throws, immunity to fear and confusion effects. All spells with electricity descriptor cast by the wearer inflict an additional 1 damage per die. So, perfect, because as a Draconic Blood Rager, Ragongar already gets a +1 to electricity per die, so that gives him a +2. If we give him the ring that we have that also adds that, he can get a +3, and suddenly Ragongar is dealing minimum damage that is way higher than everybody else. Oh, and he came back. All right, well, we just need to go reorganize the party and take our usual people with us. Teleport to... Oh, well, actually, we do need to bring Lindsay to this one. Right. No, not that. Ebon Crown. Ebon Crown, thank you. And then we need to reorganize. We're going to drop Ragongar and Octavia. I'll talk to you guys later. Let's bring... Yeah, let's bring Amiri and Lindsay. So I did promise Lindsay I would bring her with us on this, and now I need to level her up as well. Lindsay, where's your build? Where is it? Level 15 Bard. There we go. Let's go ahead and grab that. Bonus hit point. She gets 4 skill ranks. There we go. And then it suggests Dispel Magic Greater. Yes, that is a good idea. Oh, wait. Oh, Deft Hands. That's what they're suggesting for the feet. What's that? Deft Hands. +2 to Trickery and use Magic Device, and +4 if you have 10 or more ranks in those skills. And then they suggest Dispel Magic Greater. There we go. All right, pull that back up. Sorry. Fun fact, orcs early on when they met humans understood that their half-blood children were better at magery than full-blooded orcs, so half-orcs were bred en masse and enslaved during the Age of Darkness, which the orcs call the sacking. The orcs had entire regiments of half-orc slave mages. Naturally, orcs didn't have the best graph of wizardry, so it's likely sorcerers and witches were more common options for half-orc mages. Yeah, sorcerers, witches, maybe the occasional oracle, because that's basically the divine equivalent of a sorcerer. I could imagine that showing up occasionally from like an orc god blessing a specific bloodline. Okay, so now... Yep, we need to talk to Ragongar. We'll deal with that in a little bit. Can't do anything about that. We're waiting on that to finish. Octavia, until we get to Pitax, we can't do anything there. Yes, so you have to take her there. Okay. So we need to head... Where exactly do we go? Hemlock Island, the Rushlight Fields. There we go. So we can teleport to Fangbreak Keep. And we can finally cross the fucking river. Oh. Who's getting in my way? Oh. Hello. Cultist fighter. Wait, what? Cultists? Didn't we... I thought we eviscerated these assholes. Okay. I'm also surprised they got the jump on us. Jubilos, give me that, and I'm gonna very quickly cast game. Please cast mirror image. Please cast mirror image. Why will you not let me cast mirror image? Am I missing something here? You even have the Rod of the Fearless on. You should be able to activate it automatically. Okay, fine, whatever. Where did these guys come from? These guys they're suffering from the bloom. That's supposed to be long gone. I think the game might have gotten its like things messed up. I have no idea what's going on. This is a random encounter from Act 3. This should... Okay, that's weird.
Ready for anything.
That is very weird. Thank you for the daggers +1, though. Like, free shit. Okay.
As it should be.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Turning that option off, we are getting experience so much faster. Holy shit.
All according to
like,
plan.
everyone else's builds capping out at 15 is fine. I just want to hit level 20. Because if I remember correctly, Lord Brownbear, isn't the original adventure path, the final act is rated for a level 15 party, if I recall correctly. I find it both funny and sad, frustrating that Xbox has so much time buying up studios and IPs, and now they're dropping consoles and losing Game Pass subs. We could still have Tango Gameworks if not for their sorry asses. I'm gonna have to side with Grums and some of the others on this 10-1. That was the point from the beginning. Get everybody onto Game Pass, then raise Game Pass's price and try to make it so that nobody has anywhere to go. Like, you see this as sad. I see it as just more Microsoft being dumbasses. I hope they lose all the money on Game Pass. I'm sorry. I hope everyone cancels. I want that thing to fucking fail. Orcs aren't well educated on magic, but they do understand the difference between arcane and divine magic. Divine spellcasters take up the role of shamans in the tribes and are respected spiritual leaders. So it's unlikely the slave mages have many divine casters in the ranks, as full orc shamans guard their roles jealously. I know, I'm just saying that it's sad for Tango Gameworks and their ilk. I know, I feel sorry for them, but there's not much else we can do. All right, follow the river. Keep following the river. We just need to get a little bit. Okay, apparently, there we go. Arcane casters are known as witch doctors and more fulfill the role of intelligentsia and scientists. They're more feared in their roles because orcs don't understand arcane magic. Okay. Psychic magic is another magic tradition that exists, but I imagine they'd be lumped in with witch doctors. I doubt orcs even know anything about it. Yeah, at best, they might pair them up as like monk style things. I mean, orcs don't really have monks. They probably have... Isn't there a monk barbarian like hybrid subclass, if I recall correctly? It'd probably be something like that, because a lot of psionics would probably be based around like melee psionics, not full-blown psionic casters. Also, don't remember the mechanics of tabletop very well. I never got past book 1. Fair, fair. And there he is. There he is. There he is. You see this? You see this Emperor's text-to-speech device looking motherfucker? Say hello to Iravetti. Like, come on. You can't tell me that this doesn't look like how some people draw the Emperor from 40K. King Iravetti greets you personally. The bulky Kelid is broad shoulders and looks to be somewhere around 50 years of age. The golden crown sitting on his long, greasy hair above a heavily powdered face covered in bristle, and his expensive doublet is stained with oily spots. He guffaws as he squeezes you in a bear hug, enveloping you in a mixed sense of sweat, wine, and expensive perfume.
Well, my crown-bearing brother, welcome to my home. Stuff yourself, drink, be my guest. You've proven yourself in combat as well as affairs of state. Let's see how you do at having fun.
Oh my god, I have to increase the model quality back up again. This looks horrible.
Forgive me for interfering into a conversation between illustrious persons. I just meant to inquire, how is my death sentence in absentia? When I inquired about it the last time, you still couldn't determine on the type of execution, honorable sir.
Nerissa was originally a mystic theurge who mixes her intrinsic druid casting with fey bloodline sorcery. Given that Owlcat was never good at coding, that probably wouldn't fly in this game. Wait, can we see his portrait again?
Aha!
You see
Sir
it?
Northropple, of course, I remember. Well, today is a special day, and I think it will be acceptable to decorate it with a symbol of royal mercy. I officially grant you a pardon and cancel your sentence, but you know, between us, I decided on dismemberment.
Lord Farquaad? I don't really see it. How Lord Farquaad wishes he was. Okay, see, that's better. Yes, that's better. Like, I don't see Lord Farquaad, but how Farquaad wishes he was built? Oh, absolutely. Let's just play along. King Iravetti, I'm so happy to finally meet you.
It's no good for kings and queens to stay in our palaces all the time. We need to meet, be friends with one another. It's all about keeping up neighborly relations, you know. So here's the plan. First, the Fishers Triathlon. Then a boasting contest. And in the evening, the best part, a drunken melee. In the interim, there'll be a buffet, a fair, jugglers, acrobats, all the usual entertainment. And after the melee, I'll announce the winner. And then we'll have a festive banquet and a fireworks show. Then we just drink till morning or find a tent to crawl into. Your own or someone else's, depending on your luck. By the way, a knockout such as yourself will always be welcome in my tent. Just joking. Just a joke.
Iravetti is Conan looking into a nightmare mirror. Yeah. Like, I will say, I do love the idea of barbarian bard king. Like, look at that axe. That is not the weapon you expect a bard to be carrying, but I love it. Knows this is a silly thing, but if I were right here, I 100% suggest Iravetti flirting with female MCs for the explicit reason that he's kind of a depraved bastard. That last line he says regardless of gender, so I think it is a case of Iravetti technically doing so, but to be fair, Tenwin, by this point, you've already been a thorn in his side for about 3 or 4 years in universe. I don't think he goes that far.
And one more thing. I'll have to seal your sheath. This is a peaceful celebration, after all, and bullies will be kicked out immediately. It doesn't matter if it's a king who decided to kick up a row or just a shopkeeper. So behave yourself and don't start any fights while you're here.
Ah, yes. Seal your sheath, he says to the man who has claws that grow out of his hands, fangs that grow out of his mouth, and the ability to cast 7th level spells.
Well, I have to
Sure.
go. If you need anything, talk to Nunzio Arpaia. He's my master of ceremonies, so he's responsible for organizing this mess. Have fun.
It still reminds me, Tevin, like, I know that everyone has their complaints with Act 3 of Rogue Trader with Kamarok, but given the fact that I was playing a Psyker, I loved it because it was just hilarious. Like, yes, strip him of his equipment and throw him into the pile of dead bodies. My Psyker crawling up out of the bot. It's like, oh, you disarmed me, but you didn't remove my brain, so I still have psychic powers. I'm just gonna hobble over here. Oh, what's that? A couple of Dark Eldar fucking masterful warriors ready to torment a slave? Set him on fire, set him on fire, set him on fire, set him on fire, and they're all dead. You think I need a gun to kill you? You think I need a sword to kill you? I've got magic, bitch. Fun fact about the weapon on his back, the game never tells you, it is the Rod of Razors, a technological item he brought from Numeria. It can expand into 1,000 solid metal shards that maintain the general shape of the halberd blade. Oh, that actually sounds cool.
In due time.
Hey, it's Edna and Julia Eldori. Pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. It's a pity the hunt you held was ruined. I do hope it wasn't the last one. Don't you worry. We have a lot of stuff to do around here, if I recall. A Pitaxian warden. As usual, the masters celebrate while the grunts do the work. Swords, armor, the best Mavoni steel. Show me your wares. Let's see what we've got here. A bunch of +4 weapons. Whenever this +4 anarchic warhammer lands a critical hit, it applies the effect of Touch of Chaos. Anytime they roll a d20, they must roll twice and take the less favorable result. A whole bunch of +4 items. Heavy crossbow, jolt. Runic Mageblade, shock scimitar. To be fair, I can just make my own, so it's not like I really need to sell that to Ragongar. Blizzard's Heart, what is that one? Grants its word cold resistance 25, the ability to cast Cone of Cold twice per day. I don't really need that, so we're going to sell that. These were all the basic items that we picked up from... There we go. And then there was also... Oh, right, that's Ragongar's. We're not going to sell that. Was there anything else? Alcohol. Go ahead and sell that to you. Mourning, short spear, causes despair. Interesting. Spine breaker, +3 unholy great club, immunity to bone shaker and the bone shatter spells with an improved crit range. Whenever it lands a critical hit, it has a chance to cast bone shatter on the target. Warhammer and whimsy has a chance to cast hideous laughter on the target. Buckler, tower shield, adamantine full plate, regular full plate. No magic items, no usable, no nothing else. All right, thanks for the 60,000 gold. Sure, I'm just saying that I think it would have been fitting if he had really laid it on thick with a queen character.
That is not far.
Maybe. Again, I think it's at this point, he doesn't show it here, but he does in the rest of the act, as far as I'm aware. He hates you. Like, viscerally. It's not even like a case of Irovetti being like the good-natured haha villain. No. Irovetti fucking despises you. On like an intrinsic level. The man does not give a shit. He wants you dead. I don't think he could bring himself to hit on you because he's that angry.
As it should be.
At least that's the vibe I remember getting. Again, I don't remember much of this part. When I was recently played this game, I had a concept for a fanfic. Oh no. What did you do, Lord Brownbear? Hello, the Path of Splendid Glory. Ingvord of the Golden Quill, professor of the Academy of Grand Arts of Pitax. What country, what city had the honor of being the birthplace of our magnificent king, the unparalleled Castruccio Irovetti? The question is more difficult than it seems. It is commonly believed he hails from Numeria. Starfall is usually named as his homeland, but his noble features point to a relationship with Taldan nobility. We theorize his true homeland is Opara, the ancient capital of the Great Empire. Little Castruccio once ran its granite pavements, feasting his eyes upon the golden spires and domes, taking in the spirit of royal grandeur, which we all know is bullshit.
In due time.
Oh, the goblin merchant is here. Show me your wares. Do you actually have anything? Lion's Claw, Longbow of the Cold Moon, Battlemaster's Plate, Ring of the Natural Born Commander. I think it's just the exact same things that he has elsewhere. Farewell note from Ennio. All right, we got rid of that. All right, I dumped off a lot of the letters to him. Prepares the spray bottle.
Far.
We got little piers out here. We've got pirates are a blight on Pitax. Walsh Helvaway.
Follow
right,
my
so
lead.
there's definitely a bunch of important people we're gonna have to talk to at some point. What is that? Oh, it's another one of these. I mean, they're still worth money. In this instance, my friend's character, the artist from before, is the Baron. My character is a half-orc alchemist who serves as a hireling and court alchemist. Basically, he goes on a reconnaissance in Pitax under the guise of a traveling bard, taking an orc drum and using magic items and alchemical items to try and blend in. I mean, that would make sense for a spy, yeah.
In due time.
All right, let's just track the outer edge of the zone real fast. Let's just figure out what's out here on the outskirts. Hey, Sky Metal Cogwheel. Take that.
You can thank me now.
Wand of Blur, Wand of Hideous Laughter, Scroll of Chain Lightning, Scroll of Fiery Body.
As it should be.
Oh. We cannot seem to get... How do we get around it? Oh, you can't be here. This is His High Highness Iravetti's camp. I think I got lost. I'll just be going. We'll deal with that in time.
That is not far.
Let's go this way. Alright, so we cannot pass the fence line. Looks of it. Oh, and a Mede. Interesting. We'll need to talk to her at some point. What else is
In
around
due
here?
time.
Oh, no. Just keep following the outer lines here. Nunzio Arpaia. Plenty of people to talk to. Good lord. Okay, good. At least they're marking them all on my map, so I don't have to worry about that.
All according to
Oh,
plan.
Stefano Mosconi. I did say that if I
Interesting.
countered you again and you insulted me, I'd tear you limb from limb, so you might want to be careful. Oh, what do we have here? Paladin's Final Temptation and the Quest Electri. He joins the Bard College, but Iravetti finds him out as a passive-aggressive sort of challenge, invites him to a feast in the palace without giving conditionally spoiler away. Shit goes way south, I bet. This magic storybook chronicling an adventuring party led by the lizard folk sorcerer Shelburne Sparks and the human cavalier Lord Jessiador of Taldor. It's ever-changing and ever-growing as new chapters are added every day by the creator Shelburne's adoptive mother, the sorcerer bard Galeria Joanna Sparks. The tales of all their escapades are within the book, be they glorious or infamous. It contains the stories of their other companions. Skirple the Goblin Rogue, Sir Kenneth Cowanan, the Human Wizard, Ristoff Brolston, the Dwarf Barbarian, and Wolfgang Hypaton, the Kitsune Slayer. That does not sound like a Kitsune name, given the fact that, as far as I know, in Galarian, all the Kitsune come from, like, their equivalent of Japan. So Wolfgang Hypaton does not sound like a Kitsune name. Owner of this book reads one new chapter every time they rest, granting a benefit until the next rest depending on which companion the chapter described. Chapter is selected at random. The chapter about Shelburne grants the ability to use Fireball 3 times per day. Chapter about Lord Jessiador gives a +5 competency bonus to Persuasion and use magic device check. Chapter about Skirple allows the owner to deal 1 additional damage on each sneak attack. The chapter about Wolfgang Hyperton grants +10 competency bonus on stealth checks. The chapter of Ristoff Brolston grants the ability to make the target rage as a barbarian for 6 rounds 3 times per day. And the chapter of Kenneth Cowanan grants the ability to use Lightning Bolt 3 times per day, or 3 times this day. Which would be cool if you had a class that could actually make use of all that, but you're really, good lord, good luck with that. Bookmaker. Come one, come all. Witness secrets not meant for mortal eyes. An ethereal battle within a vortex of the supernatural. Bets here. Place your bets. What's going on? Something special indeed. I wager you've never seen the like. Before your eyes unfolds the epic battle of the world's greatest spellcasters. Mysteriado, the devil tamer of Cheliax, versus Zin Mirgai, mistress of the Erisian witches. Who will win? Who will you bet on? You join... Oh, I read that. What's the rules? You think this is a game? I wouldn't be so sure. The rules are simple enough, though. Choose one of the spellcasters and place your bets. If you guess the winner, you double the wager. If you're wrong, your gold is mine. Fine. Let's do one on Mysteriado. I've got 500 gold to burn. I can't even tell who's winning yet. Summon Earth versus Water. I would assume the Water method is going to win, but so far the Earth method has dealt more damage. Oh god, we have to sit here and watch this. Oh, wait, no, okay. It lets... I didn't realize. I thought we were in a cutscene. But it is just having us... Oh god. Oh, we lost. Yep. Womp womp. Game. So we okay. So nope, we can't
Follow
talk.
my lead.
All right, moving on. You people aren't named. Ferocious Hodag, a Wyvern, an Owlbear, Relton guess, more alcohol.
In due time.
Okay. Iresi Kaliesi. What do we have here? An elf in leather armor scans the crowd intently. He seems to be the only one in the celebration not participating. He's also the only one beside the guards whose weapon isn't sealed. Your Highness, welcome to Pitax. Iresi Kaliesi, Captain of the City Guard. At your service. You don't seem to be enjoying the celebration, Captain. This celebration is for you and the others. The City Guard, it's another very aggravating day at work. And right now our work is to prevent any disruption of the festivities. Really? I'd always heard Pitax was a city without laws. Where do the guards come from? Even pirates and smugglers have laws of a kind. They need someone to keep order. The city guard was created by the trading houses originally, not long after the city was founded. We're paid for by the citizens. Not all of them like us, but they do understand that things are better with us than without us. Iravetes does seem to have quite the tight grip on power over his city. Yes, the trading houses hate him, of course, but first and foremost, he has hostages. Second, each of the families is afraid to act alone. They're all incapable of acting together. Gasper Liakenze tried to unite them, but to no avail. It's probably for the best, frankly. The last thing we need is open combat in the streets. Iravetes can be blamed for many things, but he did take power quickly and without carnage. Iravetes' enemies have nothing to do but sit around like the high priest Dreyanis, praying to Calistria to send a giant holy wasp to take him down. And who might you recommend that I meet here, Captain? That depends on the purpose of your visit, Your Grace. If you're here on business, you already know King Iravetes, but it'd be worth your time to speak to Gasper Liakenze as well. The trading houses may have lost much of their former power, but they're still capable of many things. If you'd like to partake of our renowned culture, there's Anamede Bellavara, the most famous bard of the city, and Atalia Gitarin as well, headmaster of the academy, though take care, the two of them can't stand one another. Thank you for the advice,
That
Captain.
is not far.
Nobody else is named down here. There is a box, though, with more alcohol. Tax warden. We get... Oh, we can
As
actually
it
get
should
behind
be.
here. Not that there's... Oh, what? Here. I heard the ding. Sky metal car. Okay, so that's cleared out. Let's keep moving down this way. More alcohol. Always good to see. More food.
Child's play.
Hey, we've got a chain shirt +4 and a mithril scale mail +1.
All
Thank you for your
according to plan.
contribution to the Kingdom of Dracaria's coffers.
What
Oh.
a find.
Ah, Dryad token. That means Nyrissa's been here. All right, let's just start
In
going
due
down the
time.
list. We've got a lot of people to talk to here. Did not realize that there was a long fence here blocking my way. Let's get back over to where we were. Oh. Hello. I'm sorry. A young man staggers towards you as his expensive doublet wet with wine. As he passes, he brushes shoulders with you and starts yelling, his breath rank with alcohol. Watch yourself. How you think you are, you pig? You trampled on my foot and ruined my doublet. I'm gonna demand satisfaction. Oh, please, good sir, you had best not anger me. I've put away more people and monsters than you have bottles over the course of your waste of a life. Leave here now while you still can. Sorry. I confused you with someone else. My mistake. These things happen. Mumbling apologies, the bully disappears. Get the fuck out of my face.
Follow my lead.
I'm a motherfucking dragon. Show me your wares, good sir. What do we have here? No armor, no weapons. Ring of Circumstances. The wearer of this ring, after resting while wearing it, can activate up to 4 abilities. Remove this ring will remove all the bonuses at once. Oh my god. +2 to strength, +2 to dex, +2 to con, +2 to intellect, +2 to wisdom, +2 to charisma, +1 to saving throws, +1 to weapon damage rolls, +2 to skill checks, +5 to circumstance bonus to movement speed, +1 circumstance bonus to AC, and +1 circumstance bonus to the DC of all spells and usable abilities. Hot damn! Greater Belt of Perfect Components. This belt makes first, second, and third level spells cast by the wearer empowered and extended. Oh, that would be so nice too! I use so many second level spells! Ring of Protection +4. The Absolver's Cloak +4 deflection bonus to AC, +4 resistance bonus to saving throws, +4 enhancement bonus to persuasion chills checks, and a +1 bonus to AC against all evil aligned creatures' attacks. Can only be worn by good characters. Well, that's not going to be working for us. And this is the exact same thing, but for evil. +2 to persuasion rolls when used to intimidate, +2 bonus on attack and damage rolls against shaken targets, which would be great, but my current cloak just straight up gives me an additional attack, which is, I hate to say it, better. But the Ring of Circumstances, though, I would probably replace my King's Signet ring and just throw deflection and sustenance on it as well. That would make a lot of sense. 370,000 gold. Hot damn. Well, it's a good thing that I decided to save up on so much money. All right, let's go ahead and also throw these in here. go. Throw those away. Keep the rest of this. Anything I need to use here? No. I'm going to be very honest. I don't think this is a very good item, so I'm just going to go ahead and sell it. Keep that. Keep those. Sell that. Sell that. We do not need retribution, and we don't need the daggers. There we go. That'll offset some of the cost. Some. Dear Lord. 318,000 gold. Good Lord. All right. That's all from you. Thank you. Oh, wait. The belt. The belt. Hold on. Belt of perfect components. First, second, and third level spells cast by its wearer both empowered and extended. That might be good for Octavia, because she's going to be using a lot of low-level spells. That or Tristan. So yeah, we will buy it. Another 170,000 gold. Good Lord. All right.
That is not far.
Okay. Oh, we missed some items over here. Okay. Nothing really important. Why are we why does it feel like we're moving really slow? What the hell?
In due time.
Tarn Viril. The gnome's yellow, bloodshot eyes scan the faces in the room nervously. Noticing you, he grabs for his sealed sheath.
What? Who are you? Oh, Your Royal Highness. Forgive me. I didn't recognize you. An honor, truly, a huge honor. I'm Kareem Viril, simple salesman.
Who?
I told you already.
His voice rises.
I am a simple salesman, not rich, not noble. Why would a king concern himself with me? He wouldn't.
What is it you sell?
What do you care? Fish and the like.
Who might you recommend I meet here?
No one. Everyone. How should I know? I'm just a simple salesman. Leave me be.
Ah, yes. Not suspicious at all.
Yes, Your Highness. Great honor. Go, have fun.
So the core of why Season of Bloom had to be Act 3 instead of the original Act 3 is that Book 5 has you fight Pitax in a more open manner via mass combat, but that's not in this game due to limitation. So instead, you take it out from within. The thing is, the other barony Jamandi handed to you, that noble prick you met, is also originally taken out from within. Rather than have the instance occur twice, Alcat decided to just replace it with another instance. Yeah. And to be fair, given that his realm was in Glenabon, I think the implication is that the Tiger Lords invaded Glenabon. He probably refused aid from Brevoy and then got crushed by Armag. And then Jamandi had to send in her army to try and deal with things. Amid the tournament's frivolity, you notice that two men nearby are having a heated but hushed discussion. One wears flashy armor fit for an entertainer, while the other wears steel armor and the red cloak of Pitax's guard. It's difficult to hear what they're saying. Although the two huddle near one another, voices only occasionally rise above the ambient laughter and music. You're able to overhear the rest of their conversation. The guard sternly chides the entertainer. I don't know what you're up to, Aymar, but I know that look. You're planning something dangerous. This isn't the time. You know he's harsher around now. Look around you, Talwyn. Aymar interjects. The celebration? It's more blood and sport to cover for the troubles. We've both helped shepherd it along. This isn't the future we planned for, but it's the one the fates have dealt. We can't just stand by. He begins to raise his hand and strike a pose as if preparing to make a declaration. The guard's hand intercepts Aymar's arm, firmly preventing the entertainer from making a scene. You know how harsh justice is these days. I've seen it with my own eyes. It would crush me to see noble intentions harming good people, especially yours. I appreciate those feelings. I do, Talwyn. He removes Talwyn's hand from his arm. But what Pitax now is action. I must act. Finally, the entertainer looks up and spots you, and smiles as Talwyn frowns and slightly walks away. Ah, 'tis a rare day that life emulates screenplays, Your Highness. Could it be that heroes have arrived in a people's time of need? Oh, heroism, that's what we do. You see the symbol on his clothing? That marks him as a member of the Red Crescent Theater, Pitax. He's a fellow artist. She eagerly extracts her journal. Imagine the stories we could write together. What appears to be the problem? I arrived here in Pitax 5 years ago, answering King Iravetti's call for artists and actors to help make Pitax a new crucible of the arts. Admittedly, the king has dedicated plenty of money to building new theaters and schools. Art only thrives, though, when there are visitors and patrons to pay for it. Aymar sidles closer, lowering his voice. And that is where Iravetti has failed. The Pitax River is our lifeline, connecting us to the outside world. River pirates know it, and they prey upon incoming travelers. You might think the king would thwart these pirates and defend his people, but no. He's only sent escorts to protect key shipments, leaving everyone else to the deprivations. This tournament, it hides how we suffer from his inactions. When the king's soldiers cannot or will not vanquish the villains, what happens in the stories? He winks and gestures knowingly. That's right. Heroes step in. Numerous victims have told me of the attack and have pieced together the approximate location of the pirates' camp. If you can ambush them, defeat them, then traffic will flow, commerce will thrive, and you'll command the adoration of the boatmen, the dock workers, the artists, and more. Naturally, I'm prepared to write a play dramatizing your exploits. What do you say? I'm always ready to thwart river pirates. I accept, but I have questions. The wisest protagonist always has questions. What would you like to know? How many pirates are out there? Varies by report. A few dozen. The camp could have a few dozen, so you might want to try to take them by surprise. Why hasn't he acted against the pirates? That's more unclear. It might be a lack of soldiers or a lack of will. Leaving the pirates alone might also undercut political or economic enemies in some way, but at what cost to the people? Do you have a reward? He naps nervously. The term starving artist was fairly common in Taldor, Your Grace. Perhaps you haven't heard it before. I do not have much wealth, but I can help you win the people over. I also understand that under the theater's props are a few enchanted items of actual value. Perhaps I could entice you with those. More than ready, then. I'm always ready to deal with river pirates. And it's settled. Here. These are the directions. When you're done, meet me in Pitax and I'll hear your account. No doubt the magistrate will be pleased to stop such piracy complaints as well. He draws a roll of parchment from a scroll tube. I hope you'll arrive in time to see my latest production. Speaking of which, I'm already late to oversee its rehearsal. Now that's more like it. We can go crush some pirates. You better not waste time here. I don't like Pitax or these people. Everyone's always trying to cheat you or swindle you or drag you into some cunning scumbaggery. Consider this a bit of a preview. Good hunting. He gave us an excerpt from his book from the looks of it. Yeah, no, I'm not reading that. I always hate when... I do not like it when CRPGs try to write poetry and plays in their game. They just never seem to work very well for me. Game? Okay, there we go. For some reason it didn't want to close the map. Alright, let's go talk to Walsh Carvaway over here. Several concerned dock workers crowd around a finely dressed half-elf who listens to the workers with imperious dignity. It's as if we've been telling you, Judge. It's the third shipment in 2 months they've stolen. We can't keep that up. It doesn't matter how good last year's business was. No cargo means no pay. No pay means no shipments. He asked about the thefts before. Nothing's changed. Where's the justice, Your Honor? The half-elf patiently motions for silence. 'Tis true. Pirates have taken root among the Pitax River and attacked several shipments heading upriver. The king has... He pauses, noticing you for the first time, and adjusts his posture to stand straighter and taller, straightening his sash of office before continuing. King Irvetti shall address the problem soon. However, he will hear no formal complaints until after the completion of the tournament. In the meantime, he advises the travelers downriver to take care around Littleton. Whenever this tiny village in the Pitax backwards, a town was flattering, this tiny dot is barely visible on the map. Until then, please partake in the festivities and the king's generosity. If anyone has further questions or concerns, I am at your disposal. The gathered workers grumble and begin to disperse, fairly mollified by his response. A bright sash cuts across the man's chest, identifying him as the magistrate of Pitax. He makes a shallow bow while keeping his head inclined upward as if being polite while also conveying superiority. May the king's law guide you at the Rushlight tournament today. I'm clearly addressing someone of importance to Pitax, but I do not believe we've met. The half-elf motions to his sash. I am the Honorable Walsh Calvaway, magistrate of Pitax, judge of the people's concerns, and executor of the king's justice. I overheard you talking about stolen shipments. Is there some kind of problem? Ah, yes, that. He sets his teeth into a practiced smile, though his teeth briefly grind together. An outbreak of river piracy has caused some consternation among the citizenry. Simply avoid or exercise caution around Littleton in the meantime. Perhaps Pitax would benefit from the assistance of one who has a history of vanquishing bandits. Let us be clear, Your Grace, declares the magistrate, narrowing his eyes with disdain. Pitax's armed forces are entirely capable of handling these criminals. There is no need for would-be heroes or aspiring vigilantes to get involved, much less foreign interests. I recommend enjoying the rest of the festival. Ugh, how can he be so deaf to his own people's woes? He calls himself a judge. I knew a judge once. She spent nights butchering her own kin, then went on to become a zombie. This guy seems fine by comparison. I can understand his reluctance to allow foreigners to meddle in the kingdom's affairs. What I cannot understand is his blatant negligence of justice and the safety of his subjects. Fine day to you, magistrate. Alright, who's next? We got a couple people over there, so let's start cutting through the center of camp now. Gibraltar guests. Taxian warden. Another trader. Show me your wares. Armor and shields. The greater kinetic diadem, which would be nice, but we are actually starting to run out of money, which is unfortunate. A lapis lazuli wyvern. A maximized metamagic rod. And some scrolls. Meh. No, nothing that I really need. Here, give me 240 gold back. We need to make back some of the money that we spent. Okay. Slip around behind the tents here. Anything? Best dwarven locks. No thief
All
can break them.
according
Best
to plan.
prices. Entry fee 500 gold. Okay, so since it's not my skill check, let's go ahead and turn that off. If we run into another persuasion check, we'll turn it back on. Test your finesse against the finest dwarven locksmiths. Crack the lock, get the prize. Who will challenge the best dwarven locks in the 5 Kings Mountains? What's going on? Do you know your way around a lockpick? Show off your skills. Here we have 3 chests bound with the finest dwarven lock straight from the High Helm. 1 attempt is 500 gold. Open 1 lock, you get your money back. 2 locks, you get more than you paid. Open all 3, you get the grand prize. Sure, let's try it. Splendid. Come, table's right here. Wish you the best of luck. Alright, quick save.
Child's play.
Alright, 200. We got 288 gold from, or we got 1400 experience from that and 288 from completing. First lock is open. Congratulations, but can you open the second?
You can thank me now.
Quick recheck succeeded. Oh, wow. The DC is already at 36. What was the first one? 24, 36. Oh, that means the last one's probably 48, which means we need a 13 or higher. Okay, let's see if it happens. We did get our gold back. The second lock's defeated. Only the hardest remains. Trap triggered. Shit. Wait, can you do it again?
This is not the way it works.
No. I'm taking a mulligan on that. Give me that back. We're trying that again. I want the grand prize, damn it. Don't you be taking this from me, game. No. No. You will not take this from me. How much was it? 46. So he needs a 12 or higher.
This is not
Really?
the way it works.
Wait, what? Modifier's 33. Oh, he got hit and lost dexterity, which means his check went down. Okay, is there a reason we're not getting a perception roll on the fucking trap to get rid of that first? Okay, hold on.
All according to plan.
There we go. Okay. F5, now that we've detected the trap. Let me get that off.
This is not the way it works.
DC 40. But he didn't set it off, which means we get another chunk.
You can thank me now.
There we go. Another 2,800 experience for that. Now quick save again, so we don't have to use that. Use Lindsay's Inspire Competence. Good idea.
Call to them.
This is what happens when I don't bring Lindsay along most of the time. Surge of Doom, Fascinate, Inspire Competence. +2 competency boni increases by 1, so it should be a +5.
What's new?
Go. His trickery is now at a 35. There we go. Happy that my minor faction suggested seems to be the highest ranked on Amplitude. I hope it goes all the way. I hope it does too, Tenwin. That'd be nice. Alright, quick save.
Child's play.
There we go. I can't believe it. He just popped the last lock. Only 1 in a million could do such a thing. 3,000 gold pieces. And we received a set of Trap Springer's gloves, which are worthless for us. But the experience points were worth it.
Anything is possible.
There you go, Lindsay. Turn that off.
In due time.
There we go. One less problem to deal with. We already talked to that trader. We've got some food over here. Okay, it looks like we have cleared out the lower area of
That is not far.
the festival. So we still need to talk to Gaspera, Stefano, Dre, Anamede, Natalia. What type of minor faction did you suggest anyways, Ten? When I didn't see, I saw the name, but it didn't really
As
give
it
me an
should
idea
be.
of what it was. Are you still harping to get a Fae faction added to one of their games? Since your last encounter, Stefano Mosconi has put on a little weight. His appearance has become even more festive. As you approach, a slight smile blooms across his face. Why, if it is not King Taendir, please allow me to congratulate you on your success. So we meet again, and not on the battlefield. Assuming this tournament is not a trap, of course. Of course not. It may be hard to believe, but King Irovetti's intentions are quite honest this time. Believe you me. He will make a move sooner or later, but for now, he has invited you for the chance to see a new rival with his own eyes. I will let you in on a little secret. He actually thinks quite highly of you. This isn't the first year the tournament's been held. Why was I not invited until now? I mean no offense when I say this, but both you and your state were quite frankly inconsequential. Not significant enough for the king's attention. But your victory on the Brevoyan border and your subsequent coronation has changed all of that. In truth, King Irovetti only invites those he has identified as worthy rivals to his tournament. Gameplay archetype Peacebringers, and since they wish to bring order and structure to Sayada, improving your ability to stabilize the world or keeping you safe, either through approval increases or defensive upgrades. Ah, okay, so your own homegrown, like, Templar faction, basically. Willing to give aid, Sect of the Eternal Dawn. Inspired by the Cultists, former custodians of the Endless. Similar to their cousins from Ariga, the Eternal Dawn was left alone when the Endless left the world. Having remained dormant for millennia, now in these times of great upheaval, the Eternal Dawn began to rise again, awaiting their master's return. They aim to prepare the planet for the Endless carrying touch of war. Ah. So Irovetti considers me a rival. Well, I didn't think I'd given him cause for a feud. The unfortunate reality is that your very existence, along with the strength your kingdom has acquired, is cause enough. What would happen were you to join with Mivon against Pitax? Or perhaps you might seek to extend your lands west and not stop at our border? What if merchants from Bevoy began traveling through your lands to bypass Pitax entirely? And of course, the most important question, his grin turns predatory, do you sit securely on your throne, or does Pitax stand a chance of expanding eastward? You know, Moscone, I at least appreciate that you're honest with me. Thank you for the warning. Think nothing of it, your grace. I have great interest in seeing how these events will unfold. You're a powerful empire. You'd be willing to help you bring order to this world, assuming you're able to do so. Yep. Until we meet again. Yes. All right. We already talked to Aresi. Gasper Likenze. My regards, King Terendo. Gaspere Likenze. I can't do it. Gaspere Likenze, representative of the trade houses. At your service. Tell me of yourself, Sir Likenze. I'm the head of the Kenze family, master of what remains of the Iron Fox Trade House before Irovetti took the crowd. It would have been my family receiving you at our house. Alas, we are simply guests at his celebration. My dear, what caused your family to lose such influence? 'Tis a dark and sordid story, your grace. I swear I'd give my life to learn the full truth of it. Pitax was founded by 4 families ruling the 4 great trade houses for centuries. We quarreled from time to time, of course, and property didn't always change hands peacefully, but none of us would dare dream of impinging upon the other family's lawful rights. And there's the ad. You know what that means. Break time. I'm just going to go ahead and stretch, run to the restroom real fast, and we'll be back in a moment. Yeah. And we're back. Just waiting on the ad. Powerful Empire. Yeah, I read all that. But yeah. No, it kind of sounds like almost like a knightly order or something like that, Tenwin, but more of a religious bend, and their whole thing with being law keepers and stuff like that. Almost like, honestly, a little bit like Hell Knights in Galarian, or like some of the services that Abadar's priests provide in Galarian, where they're like, yeah, you want to bring law and order, we'll help you bring law and order. I imagine you could even do like because minor factions and stuff tend to have like, or like the main factions have quests. I wonder if they'd be willing to do one for the minor factions too, where like you find out that the Endless aren't coming back and it has like a crisis of faith or something. The Cultists and Endless under one were porcelain automatons, but yeah. I mean, yeah, still. It'd be interesting, yeah, if they implemented like side quests for the minor factions as well when you absorb them into your empire, so that you can kind of determine how they develop as well. All right, ad's just about done. We'll take another sip. There we go. And then Irovetti appeared. We underestimated him, thought him nothing more than a local adventurer with the thousands of others in the region. He did handle matters quite quickly and chaotically, with assets running through his fingers faster than chips at a card table. His wealth grew rapidly, but he still wasn't a big fish for a while. He invited representatives of the trade house to play cards, and no one really knows exactly what happened, but by morning he owned most of our assets, including the crown. They suspected a rigged game and sent representatives from the families to discuss the matter with him. And then a wave of disappearances rolled across the city. My brothers, the former kings of Pitax, disappeared, along with many other honorable people of the trade houses, and Irovetti made it clear that the lives of his hostages would depend upon our obedience. He was king, and our wealth and power lay in ruins. There are quests for the minor factions, but just to recruit them, and they're mostly one-off. That also explains the lore a little. See, I would like it almost like how Endless Space... Endless Space gives you a full-blown quest line for the major factions that kind of has you leaning into one side of their ideals or another. It'd be kind of interesting if the minor factions in Endless Legend maybe had a quest to recruit them, and then later down the line, a short quest chain that lets you decide... Like, for your faction, for example, maybe they have a crisis of faith because they learn the Endless aren't actually coming back, and they have to decide between being more militant, doubling down on their delusions, or maybe realizing that what they're doing isn't quite helpful, which lessens some of their law bonuses, but gives them bonuses in some other category or something like that. Just an idea. The citizens of Pitax seem to love Irovetti. It would seem so, wouldn't it? Yet appearances can be deceiving. He has made many rich and happy, but there are many more whose lives were dragged through the mud for his endless celebrations. Trust me, there are many who would gladly put it into his rule, but the king has so many spies that everyone's afraid to discuss it. Go ahead and talk to the head of his precious academy, Atalia Gitaran, what she thinks, or maybe High Priest Dre Yanis. You'll see their mouths shut tighter than an oyster shell. Who might you recommend that I speak to here? I'll do you better on who you should avoid. There's a gloomy, sickly-looking gnome wandering around named Khan Varil, chief of the so-called Thieves Guild. He's Irovetti's primary business partner. They understand the word business quite broadly. So-called Thieves Guild. What does he really does? Oh, certainly not picking pockets. The fellow came from Numeria shortly after Irovetti started his raid. I won't lie. The Pitaxian trade houses occasionally made use of such questionable deals, but before Irovetti, those like Varil were driven from the city faster than you could say the first dose is free. The man is a drug pusher. Blood brush extract, to be precise. They say it enhances all senses extraordinary, evokes vivid visions, but it also affects the mind. It would be toxic in anything above repeated doses. I saw those who overuse it. They cannot put 3 words together. Because of Varil, half the city's youth is in on his trash. Take the gold, supply poison to the subject. This Irovetti soul is black and venomous. Irovetti is pleased to punch about it. The more times the citizens spend in altered states, the fewer questions they ask. The gnomes have also used his own product. It affects the body and the mind. He fears his own shadow, seeing deception and trickery everywhere. Those who deal with him hope for fabulous profits, but they're more often than not end up at the bottom of the river. Okay, that's another person taken care of. We don't want to talk to Nunzio just yet, so I'm pretty sure that advances the area.
In due time.
What is that? Wand of Pernicious Poison and a dagger +1. Oh. Priest Dre Yarnis. A new face at the celebration. I'm pleased to meet you. Dre Yarnis, High Priest of Calistria, at your disposal. Calistria, the goddess of revenge. I'm sure many mention Irovetti in their prayers to her. Probably not with the kindest of words. You are well versed in matters both spiritual and political, your grace. Of course, it is not my place to say what people pray to my lady for, but you are right that many would wish for revenge upon him. To be honest, our temple has only benefited from his rise to power, but Irovetti isn't stingy with his donations, and the celebrations he owes are beyond all praise. The king himself, though, his exorbitant pride is irritating, and Calistria dislikes those who would place themselves above the gods. I wouldn't be surprised if she teaches him a lesson, sooner or later. That I could deal with, though. There's something else I find harder to tolerate. You see, the goddess patronizes bodily love, but only that given voluntarily. It is sometimes difficult for me to protect my younger priests and priestesses from his unsolicited attentions. I fear to imagine how hard it must be for our beautiful Anamede, or what dear Atalia Gitaran must deal with. The king is said to often mistake the academy for his personal harem. Do many Pitaxians worship Calistria? Of course! She has been the patron goddess of Pitax since its founding. The goddess likes our joyful little town, and its citizens love her in return. Should you ever visit Pitax proper, you should surely enjoy the proud spikes of her cathedral. It is the most beautiful building in the city. Who might you recommend I speak to while I'm here? There are many prominent people here, as usual. My first recommendation would be Maestro Anamide. Many would give their lives to exchange words with her. She's Pitax's finest singer, and the finest of its women. I've heard you're not exactly happy with Iravetti's reign. The priest looks away. Oh no, I have no issue with his reign. He's a generous donor, and the celebrations he hosts are beyond praise. Yeah, we've seen this already. Farewell, Sir Jans. Yeah, so Iravetti has a problem with no means no. That's always nice to hear. Lady Anamede. Oh, Sir Terendil, the famed bear. Apologies. The king of Dracaria now has come to visit us. Such a delight. Maestro Bellavara, do you remember me? Lindsay bursts out, turning bright red. Oh, Lindsay, of course I remember you. You and your nonsense at the poetics exam. I hear you have your own publishing house in Dracaria now. I didn't take you for the entrepreneurial short, but I am happy you found your calling. Tell me, are the songs you compose for Iravetti as the bold as the ones you sing at my capital? Oh, have my humble verses so offended you that you still recall their sting? Please, your highness, it does not behoove a person to be standing to take umbrage against a pretty bard. Don't you know the old proverb, the tunes are chosen by the one who pays the piper? Why don't you tell me more about yourself, Lady Anamede? Oh, you could have easily asked any of my admirers who Anamede Bellavara is. There'd be about 3/4 of Pitax, last I checked, and the rest are all my haters. You don't get to be the best among the city of poets and musicians without gathering a few enemies along the way. But why should I concern myself with the hacks and the soreheads? Can you tell me of King Iravetti? Her face darkens for a moment, but then it returns to her sweet smile. Love him or hate him, you cannot deny he is the greatest of men in Pitax. Pitax was such a boring place before him. Pirates, fences, other scum that did business in the area. But then Iravetti came and turned it into a cultural capital. With him in charge, the arts have flourished, and the city's been filled with songs, paintings, and statues. I just pray that Calistria breathes the same love into the arts as the withered hearts of some of the other rulers in the region who would prefer to squander their resources on saber rattling. Why the hell did the screen get so dark all of a sudden? Okay, I guess that's supposed to simulate like a cloud passing in front of the sky. What the hell? Some may say that King Iravetti doesn't have a taste for the arts. Any successful person gets haters spreading dirty rumors like that. You should hear the things they say about me. Pay it no mind, our king is a man of exquisite taste with appreciation for all kinds of art. Yes, he's an unsurpassed singer, skilled huntsman, an excellent horseman, and able to bake the fancy breads while juggling daggers. Be on the path of singing the praise of your superiors, dear. At least use your imagination. Does the king have any enemies? Oh, but of course he has enemies. Lots of them. Just like anyone who's actually accomplished anything in their life. Take some of the old trade houses, for example, like Kenza and some of the others who he stripped of power. Oh, they would love to see him at the bottom of the river, but even now, in their mutual sorry states, they can never manage to work together. There's also Iresi Kaliese, captain of the guard, who's just seething with indignation when the king brought the new rules to the city. But who wants to listen to the whining of failures like them? Iravetti has brought a golden age to Pitax. Really, I have heard a horrible rumor that King Iravetti can be a bit too persistent in his flirtations. Anamede purses her lips for a moment, then replies slowly, choosing her words carefully. I would prefer not to discuss the private life of His Highness with strangers, much less my own. The details of any interactions between us will remain just that, between us. I suggest you suggest another topic, Your Grace. Fine. Speak of the Rushlight Tournament, then. Our beloved king has run this tournament for several years since he took the throne. Guests from all over the Ring of Kingdoms come for us. Daggermark, Mivon. It's a pity Brevoy didn't honor us with any representatives this year. I guess the Eldori just aren't in a very festive mood right now. On the bright side, we get to host you for the first time. Calistria willing, it won't be the last. Who might you recommend that I speak to here? Oh, that depends on what you're looking for. If you're in the mood for pleasant company, you're already near me. If you're in the mood for some Schadenfreude, you could listen to the whining of Gaspar Likenze. His family lost the crown in a card game. Or Atalia Gatarin, headmaster of the academy, who seems to think that her skill at bureaucracy makes her a good bard. And if thrills are what you're after, especially the shivers down your spine kind, speak with Khan Varil, head of the Thieves Guild. Farewell, Lady Bellavara.
Follow my lead.
And that leaves Atalia Gatarin. Is there anything else around here? No. Looks like we've cleared out everything. Greetings, Your Highness. Oh god, my lack of female voice at work is showing.
Atalia Gatarin, headmaster of the Academy of Grand Arts. Welcome to the tournament. Is it your first time? I'll be honest, I am delighted to hear what you've done with Dracaria. Not so long ago, it was little more than a hole in the ground. You've brought it quite the civilization. Bravo.
How fares the Academy?
Oh, splendid, splendid. If you ever get the time to visit Pitax, I would gladly give you a tour. We are currently holding an exhibition of our graduates' work. A pity that. No, it's fine. Believe me, we have plenty worth coming to see and hear.
Really? I get the impression from what you just said that something's upsetting you.
Oh, please do not worry. I'm just disappointed. One of our best students, Trebizond of Cordelon, will not be here today. He could be singing in any capital, but the king chose to send him to some backcountry village called Littleton. Oh, His Highness could never squander talent, so I'm sure we'll hear from Triplicent again. Just, I do worry. I hear you're not exactly thrilled by Iravetti. Forgive me, Your Highness, but that is defamation. My students and I owe everything to the king. If not for him, the Academy of Grand Arts would not even exist. It'd be base ingratitude on my part to engage in any conspiracy about our patron. You must have me confused with Anamere Bellavara, always ready to bite the hand that feeds. Or caresses. Who would you recommend that I see here? Oh, there are many respectable attendees today. You know well King Iravetti, of course. You should be able to speak to the High Priest Dreyanus as well, a truly wise and honorable man. If I may give you a piece of advice, beware of Khan Viril. He may be business partners with the king himself, but those who deal with him usually find themselves in a bad way. Since he showed up at the city, our dear captain of the guard, Iresi Kaliese, has so much work that he... Atelier stopped short, covering her mouth. Forgive me, I have spoken too much. Lindsay has some interesting news for you, though. Yeah, Professor Eobald is at our capital, and he found refuge there. And you know what? He's writing his memoirs of his time at the academy. I'm sure it'll be an interesting read for everyone at Pitax, in all of Avestan. A book, you say? How brave of him. I hope he does not neglect to include the details of his dismissal. Atalia's voice is ice cold and bone dry. What details? What do you mean? Iravetti kicked Eobald out for just being too smart, didn't he? Oh, I'm sure that's exactly how Eobald described it. They call him the insightful for a reason, after all. Anyway, forgive me, I have no interest in discussing the topic further. If you'd like to exchange idle gossip, I'm sure you can find more willing and interesting company here. I suspect you know to whom I'm referring. Alright. I think that means Anamede should have some more for us based on what happened to Eobald. Yes, Lindsay had a question for you. Oh, I just hope it isn't about any of the lectures I gave at the academy. Go ahead, ask away. Lindsay turns bright red, takes a deep breath, and blurts out, I'm sorry, but I really need to know the truth. Why did Iravetti kick Professor Eobald out of the academy? Oh, Eobald. Yes, he did move to your kingdom, didn't he? I'm curious how he portrayed his dismissal. Oh, I bet it was something like a poem in 6 verses, recounting the tale of a tyrant, ousting the poor but honest scientist for telling the truth. The reality is much more mundane. Iravetti didn't fire Eobald, Atalia did. I'd have to give it to her. This time, unlike most times, she was completely in the right. What am I hearing? A respected scholar, an author of books, articles, and memorandums, lied? Oh, unbelievable. That can't be. Why did Atalia expel him? Oh, well, Eobald is a very fine teacher, of course, but he pays far too much attention to how his favorite students perform in his class and not enough to their extracurricular activities, so to speak. Why worry if they're going to steal a trinket here or there, or maybe rough someone up on occasion, as long as their poetry and music are exemplary? Predictably, this led to his sad end. It was supposed to be another innocent joke from one of his favorites, the Alondi, I believe, led to someone's death. It was an accident, certainly, but they underestimated their strength. Atalia expelled the lot of them, and as always, Aelba went to stand up for them, but this time he discovered that her patience was not boundless. She blamed him, said that if he hadn't let his troublemakers run wild, so he could get out of the academy along with them. She told him she won't tolerate any more bullying, even if it is coming from the genius's students. I understand it's odd to hear won't tolerate from Atalia Gitaran, but that is what happened. Pale, Lindsay looks at Anamende with huge eyes, unable to utter a word. If Iravetti didn't banish Eobald, why did he have cutthroats after him? Oh, he planned to return the old man to Pitax and make Talia reinstate him to the academy. Failing that, he at least wanted to keep him from going to you. Eobald the Insightful is still a prominent name. Of course Iravetti wanted the teacher to keep serving him rather than his neighbors. Why did Atalia hide the circumstances then? Oh, she doesn't like to discuss the academy's internal affairs. Behind that neat facade, there are too many events she's looked the other way on her own over the years, all in good faith, of course. Well, thank you for speaking the truth. I'm not sure you should be thanking me. I can see poor Lindsay is none too happy with the truth. Come now, girl, cheer up. Being disappointed by people is practically a professional necessity for people like us. Whatever I may have said before, you are not a bad bard, and that means sometimes you have to face the music. Thank you. Oh, poor Lindsay. She just had her hero worship utterly annihilated. My teacher lied to me. All this time. I'm gonna learn the truth once we get back to the capital. Thank you for the 17,000 experience, though. Alright, so we've talked to everyone. Let's go talk to Karn now that we know who he is. I still feel like we're moving slower, and I don't know why. Nobody's over encumbered or anything. In fact, we should be less encumbered. We just spent God knows how much money. I heard a few curious words. Bloodbrush extract. You're no ordinary salesman, and your words are far from mundane. Quiet! Quiet, I say! Gripping his sheath tightly, the gnome looks around anxiously before whispering, Too many people here, too many eyes and ears. You want to talk business, you find me in Pitax. I'll remember you.
Farewell.
Yes, your highness. Great honor. Go have fun.
Let's see if we can sneak into Irovetti's side of the camp. I want to see if we can do that. We've only got about 40 minutes. I think we have just enough time to do this. I hope. Alright. Why are we moving so slow? It's
No
weird.
mistakes.
Like, see,
My skills are
I
getting
don't know.
rusty.
It feels weird. It feels like we're moving slow. Oh, did he... Are they going to attack if I cross the line? Do I not get another option to try and...
As it should be.
Or they don't care? That's a bit weird. Huh? Okay, that's weird. What have we got here? Crown of the Card Shaper, the Dirty Secrets of King Irovetti. Not terrible with birth. He was named At birth, he was named Mandala Ruscio. Ugh. That is a mouthful. Dear God. I'm going to call him Manda. Yeah, you're Manda now, Irovetti. Paladin's Final Temptation. Nobody cares about that. Oh, what? A letter. Letter from Trebiscent to the King of Pitax. My most wise sovereign of the most thriving kingdom, I hasten to inform my king that the secret method in which you graciously entrusted me has reached its destination. The place's name sounds far from the music of heavenly spheres, and never would I dare risk insulting your eyes with the image of ignoble syllables. For the sake of accuracy, I must inform you of our location. The settlement is called Littleton, and rightly so, I must add. The inn we have settled in for the night is located at the edge of the forest. In the morning, feathered minstrels delight my ears, and the ears of my less talented brethren in pen and rhyme. I am imbued with the grace of loyalty of my king. Though the same cannot be said of some of the above-mentioned brethren whose unworthy mouths have the audacity to express dissatisfaction with their fate. As for me, it will be the royal will. I would kneel before you and read my most refined sonnet, inspired by the local nature which I enjoy at your command. I humbly assure you that my king will never be affected by the shadow of doubt over the fairness of the decision to send your obedient servant on such an important mission, which all of us, by the way, and me most of all, are ready to start immediately. With my lowest bow to your highness, Trebiscent of Portland. Interesting.
All according to plan.
Child's play.
A greater extended metamagic rod. Lasts twice as long as usual. Ooh, I will like that. Go ahead and throw that on me. Newest item. There we go. Nope. Not Bublos. Me. We do have Rods of Undeath, which also do that. I'd rather have that than those. Go.
In due time.
I'm kind of surprised it's weird that they gave me that whole thing where it's like, you can't go any further. This is the king's tent. And then they let me go further, despite it being the king's tent. A Lycanthrope Bane
Follow
Disruption Club. Don't know why we have that, but okay. And this is the backside of the main tournament ground. Anybody? No?
That is not far.
Okay. I don't see any problems then. Okay, I think we got everything. Yep, looks like we got everything. All right, let's go talk to Nunzio Arpaia. Or Arpia, sorry. Greater extended metamagic rod. Yep, cast extend spells. Let's go with the swift spells. In case we need it.
All
right,
according
Sir
to plan.
Nunzio. Alpha testing of Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy, release of Rogue Trader on Nintendo Switch around the corner. We'll share all the dates and details of the upcoming Warhammer Day. Oh, nice to hear from that from Alcat. Good. Your Royal Highness, welcome to the Rushlight Tournament. I am Nunzio Arpaia, and I have the honor of being His Highness Irovetti's Master of Ceremonies. You may say the organization of the tournament rests upon my shoulders. Should you need anything, I am at your disposal. Tell me of the tournament. Well, starting his reign in Pitax, our Highness King Irovetti has held this tournament once every several years, inviting guests from the high society of all nearby kingdoms. Today we have guests from Dagobah, Mivon, Ralton, Timon. Unfortunately, Brevoy did not honor us with their representatives this year. It's entirely possible the recent events in this stressful political climate have put them in less than a festive mood, but we are pleased to have your Highness in attendance for the first, and I hope not the last time this year. What events are on the schedule? The tournament consists of 3 contests. The participants will display their strength and dexterity in the Fisher's Triathlon, a tribute to local crafts and trades, so to speak. Then they'll be measuring competitors' wits in the boasting contest. There is a reason we're the cultural capital of the region, after all. And finally, the evening will wrap up with a mock combat in the drunken melee. when His Majesty will announce the winner of the tournament, and we will all enjoy a festive banquet, followed by splendid fireworks.
Oh, what about fleeting? I'm good at that.
Well, fleeting was likely cancelled due to my arrival, I suspect. More's the pity. I lost the chance to earn myself a second death sentence. Alright, we're about to have some tournament stuff, which means skill checks. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a hard save here. Let's go down to the difficulty. Active companions receive experience. Only the skill user receives skill checks. Unfortunately, I don't have very high athletics. So we'll see what... Hold on. We'll see what these events are and if I need to swap people out. Ahem. I am ready to participate in the Fishes Triathlon. Then let us begin. Okay. Oh my god. Even if she does that fairly, she has a very low chance of success. Holy shit. I forgot to give her an item that boosts her athletics. That's why it's too low. Fuck. Oh, I knew I forgot something. I've been making items for everybody and I completely forgot to make an athletics item for Amiri, but that's like her main like item. Fuck. Trumpets sounded over the arena announcing the commencement of the Fisher's Triathlon. We were distinguished ourselves in 3 sports. Called them such. You be the judge, dear reader. The first round was fish carry, if you can believe it. They built narrow bridges over pits of mud and placed barrels on either end. One side was filled with fish, the other side empty. The goal was to get to the fish to the other side barehanded without falling in the mud. I'm sure this is just what you imagined for a royal tournament. Throwing fish at your opponent was prohibited, but there was one unofficial, well-documented rule in the tournament. Don't get caught. We had to decide which of us would participate, as well as how far we wanted to play. We could try quick saving and quick loading this. Like, can I save? No, I'm not allowed to save, so we'd have to open it every time. What would she need? A 15? Ugh. If I had given her a +8 or a +9 athletics item, we wouldn't be having nearly this much problem. Let's try it. Holy shit, she made it. Amiri quickly realized it would be hard to earn an honest win while everyone else was cheating. The other participants took advantage of the judge's careless attitude by slyly throwing fish to one another. Also, hold on. What do I have it set at? Only skill users receive skill experience. Oh, so Amiri just got everything. Oh dear. Okay. Well, I hope there's some persuasion checks in the next round because I really need them. Amiri quickly realized it would be hard to earn an honest win while everyone else was cheating. The other participants took advantage of the judge's careless attitudes by slyly throwing fish at one another, but their tricks were to no avail. As they continued trying to force each other into the mud, Amiri concentrated on the task at hand and swiftly carried all the fish from one barrel to the other. Victory was ours. The second round was untying knots. Competitors would be tied up in poles resembling ship masts, and they had to escape the ropes. Once again, we had a choice to make. All right. Jubilost. There we go. The mast was tall, the knots were tight, and the ropes stank, but Jubilost didn't give up. He snaked out of the ties and stood triumphantly before the judges while the other participants were still ringing in the ropes like flies in a spiderweb. A victory, and an honest one at that. We'd won 2 out of the 3 rounds, and we seemed to have our victory in the bag, but with the rivals we were dealing with, there was no time to relax. The last round of the tournament was diving for river pearls. Huge tubs were filled with mussels and river water, and some empty jars had been placed on the set of scales. We'd have to open the mussels with our bare hands, of course. The pearls in the deposit in our team's jar. Of course, if playing fair wasn't a priority, we could try weighing down the jar with other things as well. We can go for the +13 for Amiri, the guaranteed win by tricking, or we tried to cheat extensively, get all of our rivals disqualified. I'm willing to save and reload. Let's try it. Holy shit. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Jubilos and Amiri just leveled up from these. The pinnacle of cunning is to make it seem like everyone else is cheated while coming out completely clean yourself. We got so lucky. Jubilos didn't hesitate to add a few handfuls of mud to each of theirs. In the end, our team's jar came out the lightest, but others were so heavy the judges decided to check their contents for authenticity. Oh, how the crowd laughed when the opponent's jars poured out stones and mud while our jar contained only pearls. It was a complete triumph. Every team but ours was disqualified, and we were awarded victory by default. Yeah, Jubilos and Amiri both leveled up from that. Holy shit. That was a lot of experience. Holy fuck. Okay, well, don't have to worry about them getting experience in the near future. Where the fuck is Jubilos spilled? Level 16? Holy fuck. Holy bombs and intelligence +1. Did we already grab holy bombs? No, we did not. All right. Bonus bombs and intelligence +1. Go. Trickery, knowledge arcana, knowledge world, and let's just keep boosting his mobility. As for his level 6 spell, grab heal, please. There we go. So how much, hold on, how much did he get? Oh my god! That was like 400,000 fucking experience points. Holy shit. There better be some persuasion checks coming up. I swear to God. There better be. Holy crap. No wonder this makes the game... No wonder this throws the entire leveling alignment out of whack. Holy crap. More strength. More athletics. And more perception. Alright, she does have some additional... Unrestrained rage is now immune to paralysis because being immune to various things is always nice. Good lord, I did not... Hold on. Yeah, 368,000 experience, 184,000 experience, 276,000 experience. There had better be some persuasion checks, and we are going to be saving and loading for those if need be. Holy crap. I'm ready to participate in the boasting contest. Okay. The tournament continued with a boasting contest. The first participant, a man from Daggermark, stepped up to the podium, made a raunchy story about him sneaking into a temple of Calistria and seducing all of the priestesses, including the high priestess, in a single night. The crowd was particularly amused by the suggestive glances he kept casting towards one of the guests from Timon. She simply smiled mysteriously in response. The second participant was a guest from Gralton, who told a completely implausible tale about his travels across other planes where he battled undead hordes and defeated a blood-curdling monster. He was an average storyteller at best. He'd lucky to get a C for that at the academy, but the listeners were inexplicably elated. Suspicious, we took a closer look at the crowd, and of course, we spotted a bard using some tricks of the trade and likely a little magic to aid Gralton's performance. We pointed out the cheating to the judges. The judges were reluctant to believe us, but their cheating was easy to spot once you knew how to look for it. Once they concluded we were right, the guest from Gralton was disqualified and forced to leave the podium in disgrace. I'm also pretty sure I just leveled up from that. Holy shit. Next, it was Pitax's turn. The kingdom's honor was represented by Anamede Bellavara, a sweet-voiced singer whose smile could win over the most withered of hearts. Oh, Anamede, but while her voice was smoother than silk, her words were like arrows. With a soft smile, she told everyone how she spent months in our kingdom learning our secrets and instigating a riot. Of course, the honest trade of the bard and the shady dealings of the spy go hand in hand. But Anamede, who could have expected such an ugly, low blow from such a lovely lady? She described in excruciating and critical detail how much the citizens of our young state suffered under the atrocities of the trolls and the magic plague. She never stooped to actual lies, but she made it sound as though our king, Barrett at the time, was simply drinking and debauching while his subjects struggled. She made our crusade against Vorticai look like a cunning conquest of Varnhold, and the war with the Tiger Lords was characterized as an irresponsible venture. Talk about cruel and unfair. When Anamede finished and left the stage, it was our turn to perform. What feats did our participant decide to tell in their performance? We regaled them with tales of our victories over the Stag Lord, the Trolls, Vorticai, and Armag. It wasn't easy getting the crowd excited for the story. They were all glorious feats, of course, but that was the problem. The audience had already heard them time and time again. The Terendil used all the eloquence he could bring to bear to bring new life into these stories, and the audience began to hang on his every word, sometimes laughing uncontrollably, sometimes holding their breath to avoid missing anything. Terendil finally brought the story to an end, and the viewers gave him a standing ovation as he left the podium. The woman from Timon, a priestess of Calistria, went last. She told stories of her love affairs in faraway countries, of outer planes, casually mentioning an unpleasant disease she'd contracted on her journeys that took her a long time to get rid of. Hearing that, the participant from Daggermark paled and grabbed at his belt, bringing roaring laughter from the rest of the audience. And finally, the judge announced the winner, Terendil. He looked up to the podium to thunderous applause and took a bow. Random thought, imagine for a moment Millennia from Elden Ring suddenly appeared in Pathfinder. What level of power level would she be, do you think? For the sake of comparison, she keeps the whole rod aspect. Oh, she'd probably have mythic levels at quite right. Like, not full mythic, but definitely some. And yes, I just leveled up. How much fucking experience? 30? Okay, so hold on. 5,000 for finishing the event. 34,000 for the second check, and 138,000 for the first one. Holy fuck. All right. Level 8 sorcerer now. Bonus sorcerer spell, level 6. Let's go with another charisma point. Yeah, because I do want some bonus. I want more bonus spells, honestly. Let's go with perception and persuasion. And we can grab an level 6 spell. Let's grab greater heroism. And then we now have access to level 7 spells. What do we have here? Mage's Sword. No. Particulate Form grants fast healing for 1 round per level. That's really not that valuable. We do get Dragonkind 2 at this level, which is nice. Umbral Strike, Dark Energy. Do we have anything that can improve my melee is the question. Power Word Blind, Resonating Word. Polymorph Greater, no. Plant Shape, Plague Storm, Magical Beast Shape, Legendary Proportions. What does that do exactly? Call upon the primordial power of ancient megafauna to boost the size of your target. Grows to legendary proportions, increasing in size by 1 category. Creature's height doubles and its weight increases by a factor of 8 and gains an additional +6 size bonus to strength, +4 size bonus to constitution, +6 bonus to natural armor, and a damage resistance 10 adamantine. Melee and ranged attacks used by this creature deal more damage. Can I use that on me when I'm in dragon form? Because if so, that would be great. Ice Body. In the cold subtype, you are immune to ability score damage. That might actually be useful. Mass Fly, Firebrand. Well, the Firebrand burns any creature it marks as immune to the damage from the fire spell you cast. All of the target's weapons inflict an additional 1d8 points of fire damage on a hit. Oh, it's only 1 round per level, though. At any point during the spell's duration, a creature bearing a Firebrand can launch a beam at fire at any time. I mean, I wouldn't want to do that. I just want the additional 1d8 points of fire damage because that would happen on my claw attacks, my bite attack, my wing attacks, my tail attacks. It would work against all of them. Caustic Eruption is also a decent one because it is acid. Acid erupts in all directions, causing 1d8 points of damage per caster level to a maximum of 20d8 to all creatures and unattended objects in the area. Each of the next 2 rounds, creatures and objects that failed their save against the initial burst take an additional 1d8 point of acid damage per 2 caster levels. Just for the thematics of it, plus having that erupt from my dragon form is going to be hilarious.
Ready for anything.
Yes, we do not get... Yes, we did get Dragonkind 2. Very nice. All right. I hope the final melee is not skill checks, because that means I'd have to send Amiri in again, because she's the only one with athletics. I'd much rather actually fight it. In fact, in preparation for that,
I know what to do.
Let me do my usual round of upgrades. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but... Oh, turn that off. All right, do that. Let's... I guess we'll use my dragon form if I can. Blade Tutor. Especially when she carry, it's random thought, or no, especially when she carries a literal divine biological nuke. You're about to beat me, fuck you. Yep. No, yeah, she definitely has some level of mythic capability. Like, that's just to be expected. I already have Fly, so I don't need that. Give me Heroism Greater. Give me True Seeing. Give me Spell Resistance. Give me False Life. Give me Stone Skin. And... that's everything? Did I get Heroism Greater? I did. How long does that last? Oh, so that only lasts minute per level, but it does give a better bonus. We have a base AC of 45, and I'm hitting at a plus 28 with 22 to 27 damage without even activating any of my other abilities. Very nice. What is that? Extend Metamagic Rod. Don't need that. Actually, hold on. Up to 9th level. So if I do that, and then say activate my Draconic Transformation. Yes, it lasts longer now. Good. There we go. I am ready to participate in the Drunken Melee. No, it's a storybook. Oh, no. Oh, it just forced me out. Oh, it took all of my shit off, didn't it?
Enemy approaching.
Well, it took some of my shit off. It didn't take all of my stuff. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Well, at least I have my claws. I have my claws and my bone fist. They couldn't take that from me. Who's targeting me? Oh, nobody's targeting me. Then I'm just gonna let them beat the shit out of each other and I'll wait. Like, why would I even bother? Go ahead, beat the crap out of one another. I'll take whoever's last. All right, the Mivoni Brawler is down. The Timian Brawler is down. The Daggermark Brawler is down, and that just leaves the Pitaxian Brawler. And I immediately start... I think, I think the claws might have been a bit much. Did I accidentally kill him? Oh God, he did. Did they actually count for experience? Hold on. I'm trying to see on the list here. Whoop. Experience. Okay, so they weren't worth much, but the winning the bout did get me another 9,000 experience, which is nice. We need about 280,000 experience to get to level 17. Where's my stuff? Black Dragon Robe, thank you. Please put all of my stuff back on, thank you. Cloak of the White Drake, King's Signet Ring, Sealed Ring, Black Worm Belt, House, my Kingly Boots. Don't need those, not the Charred Mantle. Wait, what did that say? Can't be equipped by this character. Oh yeah, it's his Alkali Gloves, my Crown, my Bracelet of the King, and my Amulet of Draconic Fruit. There we go. Your Royal Highness. Oh, there's really okay. Hold on. Let's make one last save. One last save. There we go. Tournament is finished, isn't it? I'd like to know who won. Yes, Your Highness is just about to make a speech announcing the winner. Everyone's gathering now.
Lords and ladies, another rush-like tournament has come to an end. I'd like to thank all of you who honored this event with your presence. My friends, I'm happy to see all of you, but I'd like to give a special welcome to one guest who found themselves invited here for the first time. Today, we had the Baron, no, excuse me, it's King now, isn't it? Of a majority of what was once the Stolen Lands. Thank you for coming, my darling. I can call you that, right? I thank you with all my heart. I first learned of him from my friend Stefano Mosconi. To be honest, his report was less than flattering. Impassable swamps, monsters galloping about, and a complete absence of any valuable resources. Nothing more than a dirty hole ruled by another bandit lord. Hardly worthy of your attention. That's what he wrote back then. I'm so happy he was wrong. Truth be told, even now traveling that domain is a less than pleasurable experience. Some roads have appeared, but their safety leaves much to be desired.
I have a
Take
teleportation
the sad
network,
story
bitch. Shut
of
up.
the poor Toman Henvaki from Gralton. He set off to those lands and hasn't been seen since. His brother Edrist went to find the poor fellow, and what happened? The Baron found the body in the blink of an eye, almost as though it was stored in his cellar.
And here comes the libel.
And the hunt the Baron put on, clearly imitating my tournament, it was beyond description. While guests were out hunting hydras and owl bears, the latter came from behind and ate at the banquet table, along with all the servants. Some celebration, right?
I'm flattered by your borderline disturbing attention to my persona. Why don't we include you in the discussion as well? For example, I heard an amusing story about some students from your academy. Iravetti, my friend, it is uncomfortable how much attention you lavish upon me. How about your kingdom? How many bodies are found in Pitax's harbors each year? Your words ooze poison. Is that how you show hospitality? If I've offended you in some way, just tell me and I will offer my apologies. I'm tempted for the bluff one, but I do want to see, because usually the diplomacy option gives slightly better odds. Plus, I want to if he wants to play this game, we'll play this game, and I'll deflect everything he's got.
No, forgive me, I don't wish to seem impolite. But getting back to the subject, all I really wanted to get at was that His Highness is a personage truly as extraordinary as his lands, and I'm happy to see him at this celebration. And now it's time to announce the winner of the tournament. This year, all 3 contests were won by guests from one kingdom. I'm not sure what charms, tricks, or divine intervention helped him, but let's hear it for the winner! Your Highness, if you please. I know you're not exactly a master of ceremonies, but please try to say something articulate to my guests.
Oh, your highness, dear guests, attending this tournament was such a grand honor and a true pleasure. I thank you all for an unforgettable day. Despite Iravetti's efforts to smear you in the eyes of the guests, the audience is elated, and your speech begins to garner a hearty round of applause.
And now, with the competition over and the prize awarded, let's get on with the main part of the celebration. The banquet! I can hear your stomachs growling from here. Let's get to the table, and later we'll see an unforgettable fireworks show.
Oh, I was hoping there'd be more. I wanted more skill checks to get more experience points, but oh well. Ah, well. Well, I suppose... Let me see here. Dispose of the river pirates. Wait for news to come. Amiri's thing is still being worked on, so I think what we do is we can now access Pitax, so I think... What is it now? Don't tell me it's the skeleton merchant again. I don't need to be seeing the skeleton merchant again. It's the fucking skeleton merchant again. Do you have anything of interest? Nope. And nope. Nope. Greater maximize metamagic rod. Greater reach metamagic rod. Eh. We have a couple of weight. What did he give me? This ring grants its wearer a +4 resistance bonus to all saving throws, a +4 deflection bonus to AC, spell resistance of 19, and a damage resistance of 1. I can give myself better. I'll sell it. I don't need another set of trap swinger gloves. We're keeping the rest of those. Dagger. Lycanthrope Bane. Anything else? Ah, yes. These things. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you. That made us back a little bit of money.
All according to plan.
Alright, let's leave. I need to remember that if it's not hostile, it's like 99% of the time it's going to be the skeletal salesman. And just ignore him. He's not worth it now. I don't think he gets another gear upgrade or anything for his wares, so he's not going to have anything. Melina and Radon would both probably be Nephilim with class levels. I don't even know what that means, Lord Brown Bear. Alright, we're going to teleport back to our capital. We'll check in on people, and then we'll head back to Pitax because we need to start exploring and finding those high-level enemies that we can transform into juicy experience points and then invade the Lonely Barrow and finally get that area. Alright, Lindsay, you need to talk with Eobald.
Professor, I cannot believe that you lied to me this whole time. Do not try to deny it. I've heard everything. How you covered for bullies, how it wasn't even Iravetti who fired you, it was Italia. How could you?
Lindsay, please calm yourself. I didn't deceive you. You never even asked about the circumstances of my dismissal. It is a sensitive subject.
I may not have been good enough student to be one of your favorites like Alandi, but I do remember the basics, the 7 types of lies, and I definitely remember the lectures on lies of omission. You wanted me to write a book about the atrocities of going on in the walls of the academy, and you left out the biggest one. You never told me that a student died because of you. What other sensitive subjects have you been avoiding?
Lindsay, I beg you, please let me explain. Eobald, speak. Yes, your highness, it is true. I devoted all of my attention to developing the talent of my students. I fear I neglected their moral development, and this led to tragic results. But with all due respect to the headmaster, I don't believe in incorrigible villainy, especially not at young age. Shellen teaches us not to renounce those who stumble, but to give them a chance to reform. I traveled to your lands in the hopes of such a new beginning, for myself and my students. How much of what you and Lindsay wrote about the academy is even true? There is no direct lie. I admit in some cases I may have concealed or misrepresented some details to protect the innocent. But believe me, it was with noble intentions. Iravetti's atrocities are no secret to anyone. His book may very well bring about the fall of a tyrant. I cannot allow the academy to perish alongside him. There are too many innocents, artists, poets, composers who have been tainted by Iravetti's crimes against their will. They will lose everything if we publish the truth in its entirety.
So to put things simply, this book is full of lies. Your innocent colleagues all pandered to Iravetti, and now you want to shift the blame onto him so they can come out clean.
All I want is to protect what little good Iravetti brought into this world. The academy is more than just its wrongdoings and its bullying. It is made up of brilliant artists who have the potential to change the world. Should we simply trample flowers just for happening to grow out of a muck heap? Lindsay,
I don't know. Teacher, you told me so many times that the world isn't made of things, it's made of stories. And we ourselves are made of the stories we tell and believe, but shouldn't those stories be true? You said that people are essentially animals who love stories. Did you really mean that people are just lying beasts? What is the truth, then? The precise statement of past events? We are not news shanks or historians bound to the precision for the sake of precision. A bard must take into consideration how her story will affect the audience. Truth and fiction are our materials. They are as valuable to us as rough marble is to a sculptor. The same story that can evoke anger, envy, and fear can be turned to inspire bravery, love, and hope. Both versions told in full truth. The events at the base of the story are not what's important. What's important is the lesson your listeners take from it. I don't know what to do. I just want to burn the manuscript now, start over, write the whole dirty truth about the Academy. But is he right? Would that be a mistake? What if the Academy is more important than publishing everything that's guilty? We have to preserve what little is left. Academy is too valuable an asset, and once we deal with the Irvedi, it'll be ours to run how we see fit. See, unfortunately, lawful neutral is the best option here. You're trying to protect the guilty from being punished. We have to preserve the Academy. I think you're right. Shellen teaches us to spare even villains as long as they're repentant, but nothing in her teaches speaks of retaining their posts or keeping their careers. This cruel world lacks beauty. We have to preserve what little we have. No, because we want the truth to come out. That was the one promise I made to Lindsay when she said she was writing a book about my character was, I just want you to write the truth. My character is lawful evil, yes, but the truth is central to that. He isn't. I have not told a lie. I don't even think we've used the bluff option really at all in this game so far. I think you're right, Lindsay. So many beautiful words, but all it boils down to this. You're protecting the guilty from being punished. I suppose you are right. I was so concerned with mercy, I let a great injustice occur as a result. I am sorry, Lindsay. You've taught me a valuable lesson. We'll rewrite the book. I'll tell you everything. Everything I know, and everything I'm guilty of. The new manuscript will be less poetic license, Eobold. Do not disappoint me again. I swear by Shellen's name, I will conceal nothing. If the truth must see the light, I will ensure it does. If the truth about the Academy destroys it, then there wasn't anything there to save. We have work to do. And you, Lottie, pack and leave. No, not a single word. I have no interest in your excuses or apologies ever again. I don't want to see. Lottie shuts his mouth, swallowing his response before it started, and with a single nod, he leaves. Tristan, what's up? Tristan remains silent for some time. When he finally opens his mouth, his voice is hoarse and tired. I won't take much of your time, Terendil. I've been meaning to ask you about something. This might seem stupid, or arrogant, or insolent, but I want to talk to you. He stumbles and catches his breath. I think you know what it's about, what I've done and what I haven't done. He lowers his head and grows quiet. I ask that we speak in private, far from curious ears. I'll be at the viewing point in the palace garden. Please, come when you can. And I believe that is setting us up for the final quest of his setup as well. Let's make sure there's no more updates we need to check. Lindsay's handled that. Good. Jubilost has handled that. Good. Rushlight tournament is over. Good. Tristan has news. Good. Swordplay mastery is done. Good. We have more than enough money forever, pretty much. These two are taking care of their events. And the sword needs 4 more days, so we can deal with that. Alright. Let's go talk to Tristan then. We've only got a few minutes left, so let's get ourselves set up for Friday's stream. Let's grab our quests, and then we'll also be able to explore all of Pitax on Friday, which hopefully will get us the last of the powerful creatures we need to kill so we can open the Lonely Burrow and get that place sorted. Yes. Oh god, it's raining outside. Oh, he's over here. Oh, I guess I do need to talk to you two, don't I? Ragongar looks out at the city below, dazed. It's over. No accusations, no spitting in their faces, no big fight. Just a pile of scorched bones and some stupid story from an old fart.
In the end, it seems you and your brother would have been a close match. It's a shame he's not with us. I'm tired of it too. There's no helping that now. We'll just get drunk with a piece of his soul sometime. But it is a shame I couldn't meet him. He's in Pharasma's hands now, just like the rest of us. Buried and... no, not forgotten. I'll remember this. Just left behind. Look, I don't waste time looking for lessons and everything like Lindsay does, but if any conclusion can be drawn from this, it's... I'm not gonna let us screw our own lives over like that piece of shit did. You're my tribe. You, Octavia, the rest of this gang, this kingdom. And I don't need anybody else. It's a little anticlimactic with Ragongar, but it is a nice character arc for him and a good explanation for why he would go from chaotic evil to, I think we got the good result, so he should be... yes, he's now chaotic neutral. It's a nice little character arc they've got for him. You've come. Tristan tilts his head to the side and remains silent. You notice he's holding something in his hands. It's strange. I don't know if I should be glad or frightened, but I thank you for finding time for me. He turns his head. If it weren't for his blind eyes, you imagine that he's looking into the distance. Since you freed me from Nyrissa's power, I've had time to think about what happened to me, what Nyrissa did, about what she truly did. When I found myself here without my wings in a mortal body, I was terrified. I believed every word she spoke. I believed that it was she who stole from me. And at last I discovered that she had lied to me. Ever since that time, I've sought a way to regain Serenray's gifts. And you know what I realized? No one is capable of taking a Deva's gifts granted by his creator. Tristan's voice is barely audible. No one. Save the Dawnflower herself. Is that so? It seems that your actions might have proven her right. I can't argue with you. You are right. But it's too late to change that. I have to know if there's a way for Serenray to open up for me. I have spent hours in prayer, asking for but one thing, a sign, a vision, a portent. All I have received is silence. He smiles crookedly, hiding a grieving grimace. I wanted so badly to do something extraordinary, and it appears that I succeeded. I fell so low that even the merciful Serenray could not forgive me my sins. But you were deceived and frightened. I said the same thing, but now I realize that is but an excuse, a pathetic excuse to save face. It was for me to overcome my fear. It was for me to find strength and resolution, and I failed. I have no excuse. He straightens himself. I did not ask you to come this way to listen to my whining. I do not wish that my mortal deeds will end with deception and betrayal. It has already cost so much. He shows you his hands. Within it is the crumpled leaflet, one of the invitations for the Kingdom of the Cleanse. I must put an end to at least one evil that Nyrissa spawned, and I'm asking for your help in this. This cleansed. They're still active? They're not resting? It is strange. The goddess who demanded your death was Nyrissa, and after the kingdom failed in its mission, she broke all ties with the First Faithful, yet he still has his followers seeking your death. Do they actually hope to return to her favor? What are you going to do when we find them? The corner of Tristan's mouth twitches and his features appear sharper. I asked you once to have mercy on these people, and where did that leave? The kingdom just temporarily laid low, but is now risen from oblivion to continue their dark deeds. The time for talk is over. Who is the First Faithful? What are they exactly? I only know what I could overhear, what Nyrissa boasted to me. She said that the First Faithful is a former priest of Erastil named Hrothgar. When the Bloom came to his village, he lost all faith. Erastil could not protect his congregation, and he was stripped of his position. After this, he set off to the Temple of the Elk to pray to his god one last time. But if Erastil didn't answer, to throw curses in the face of his idol. Oh, snooze the ad, we're not quite done yet. Like so many others, Hrothgar was fooled by Nyrissa, pretending to be the goddess of these lands, and told him of the curse of you, and promised him untold gifts in return for the death of his ruler. It was she who invented the name of the cult, devoted to herself, made Hrothgar its high priest. She knew how to flatter him, and in this moment of weakness and despair, in turn did everything he could to draw his former congregation to this vile cult. Where do we start? I knew I could trust you. Thank you. The cultists have been sighted once again, but now they no longer shout their slogan in broad daylight. No, they crawl from their lairs under cover of darkness, abducting people for sacrifice. At least that is what is said. We must return to their temple without walls, where they once held their rituals. The first faithful is not so foolish as to return to the scene of his crimes, but another one of the cleanse has visited that place, held rituals, remembered the past, God knows what else. If we're lucky, we can find him there. And that is what we'll do. Alright. I don't even remember where exactly. Wait for work on the book to finish. Head to the Temple of the Cleanse with Tristan. So we need to drop Lindsay, grab Tristan like usual. Oh, and it's the 4-hour mark. So we're gonna save as soon as I figure out where we need to go, I'll save and we'll finish up for today. Come on, game. Come on. You're just loading the world map. You've done it 1,000 times. Thank you. I don't even remember where. That's the Lonely Burrow, magical prison. We're waiting on that. Hunting Lodge, Hunting Grounds, Trail in the Hills. Secret Sanctum. There we go. Okay, so now we know where we're going. Let's go ahead and save. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you all had a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday stream. I will see you on Friday for more. And we actually have story content now. We have story content. We finally have access to Pitax, so we can actually do all of this over here. We have this whole region still to go. I don't think we can go into 1,000 Voices yet, or if we can, we're probably going to want to be very careful. We're probably going to want to be very careful. Oh, and if we have access to Pitax, that means I need to check. We'll need to check the mysterious shrines, and I have the answer to this mysterious shrine puzzle written down. So we will just get that handled as soon as possible. But we have all of Pitax to explore. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid real fast, and I will bid you adieu. All right. Let me see who we've got here. Raid channel. Who is on right now? I'm not really seeing anybody. There's some really big people, like hugely big. I always feel weird raiding into big people. It feels like trying to clout farm or clout chase or shit. I don't know. A lot of people playing Warframe for some reason. Warframe must be doing a sponsorship event because I'm seeing like 3 big streamers all doing Warframe. Yeah, I'm not... I feel weird. I feel weird. I feel weird trying to raid into people. The only people on are the people who are big. It's driving me insane. Ugh, just bite the bullet. Just bite the bullet. Fine. We're gonna raid into Limes. She is doing a sponsored stream with Warframe. Apparently she's new to the game. So, okay, good. She does not have. I was worried since it was a sponsored stream, she might have raids turned off, but she's not. So that's fair. That's nice at least. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you on Friday for more Pathfinder. And yeah, it looks like we're making progress. And who knows? Maybe we actually will hit level 20. I did not realize how some of these skill checks, holy shit, they give so much experience. But thank you all for being here. I will see you on Friday. Have a glorious rest of your day. And if I don't see you on Friday, I hope you have a glorious weekend as well. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.